Many I've slain. Dunkirk town is my domain, and when I'm done, none of this will remain. There will be a reckoning!
Good evening and welcome to the Grand Finals, Day 4 of the Colosseo Heroes Unite Minor 2. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by the Nerdy Bird on the broadcast today. We have had 3 action-packed days of gameplay in this tournament to lead up to the Grand Finals. 3 teams are remaining, and our first 2 looking to book that spot into the Grand Finals. There's so much on the line today, Nerdy Bird.
There's a lot on the line, and plus, this is kind of a little bit of a grunge match / rematch because previously these 2 teams took each other on, brought it down to the wire in Map 5. Washington Timeless did end up winning out that series 3-2 overall, but I mean, you and I have talked about it a little bit here and there. Drainers and Timeless both are, of course, at the end of the day, no one's professionals here. They make mistakes, and the unfortunate truth is that the mistakes that Washington Timeless make versus the mistakes that the Drainers team make, they unfortunately counterbalance each other a little bit. Timeless, like, great as team play, but when they get broken up, there's a lot of confusion going on, and in that confusion, the Drainers capitalize because they take those 1v1s strongly. So let's see who VOD reviewed the most and fixed the issues the best in this series.
It's only been, what, less than 24 hours since these 2 teams last played each other? Oh, yeah, plenty of time. Surely plenty of time. They stayed up past midnight or wherever they might be in the world to be able to do those VOD reviews. And hey, we'll have to see which one pays off. And we'll get into those 2 teams in just a little bit first. But first, I want to talk more about the tournament structure and what all is on the line. What's been leading up to this moment. Starting off with kind of the journey, those couple days that we've had to get to day number 4, days 1 and 2, which was the past weekend, as a matter of fact, was that Swiss stage where we knocked out 8 of our 16 teams. Those 8 moved on to our double elimination playoff bracket. So today, what we're going to be seeing are those loser finals. That next team that comes out on top will be heading to face off the so far undefeated Valiant Gardens for a chance at the title. Now, not only are they playing for the lovely bragging rights and even the potential to take down the Valiant Gardens here, you got all of this lovely prize money and circuit points on the line, Nerdy.
Yes, so you're playing for a bag, you're playing for circuit points, and because of the way this tournament is structured, these circuit points don't per se get awarded to the team. They get awarded to the players themselves because it allows players to then move to different teams, and they're able to go to those teams, request an opportunity to trial, or say, hey, are you interested in having me as a player? And they can present their circuit points because those circuit points, I mean, yeah, getting a bag of money is always nice, but if you want to continue to compete, the eligibility to compete in our grand finals in February are based off these circuit points. Now, of course, at the end of the day, finishing first is always nice, but the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place teams still walk away with a little bit of money themselves. And if you get on that podium, you should still take pride in the fact that you managed to knock out the other teams all the way up until this point, and should take pride in the fact that you made it on the podium.
And that's a very good point that you bring up. It's one thing that we have seen in just past Colosseo Heroes events is there's always been kind of one team that is stuck above the rest. But something that has kind of stuck out is, yes, while we do have that one team, the Valiant Guardians, this event, the next, I would say, 5 or 6 teams that are still unable to beat them have been going back and forth, and it leaves a level of unpredictability when we look at our matchup today. And I think a lot of that generally has to do with the map pool that we're playing on. There are not an incredible amount of options, especially when you look at that hybrid map pool. I know we were talking about it a little bit earlier with only Numbani and Paraíso being in the pool. Numbani easily being the favorite map choice there, and for good reasons, especially for teams like Timeless.
Well, if you think about it, Numbani has been with us in Overwatch since Overwatch 1. And yeah, it was out of the map pool for the beginning of Overwatch 2 to fix some problems and make some changes. But beyond that, these teams, these players, have a lot of experience when it comes to playing around that map. Whereas Paraíso is a newer map. It's been taken out of the map pool a couple times due to bugs. And so overall, there's less experience. However, with the amount of favorability that Numbani has had, hopefully these teams come in here thinking, hey, maybe we should practice a little bit more in Paraíso and have the opportunity to maybe bring that out if we absolutely have to. But if your ace in the hole is going to be that Numbani map, and of course, you and I had talked about this, we think Washington Timeless, their history on Numbani, it's always going to be the Numbani pick. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. However, if you're looking to throw in a curveball, go with the other map.
Paraíso is an interesting place. It's been in contention for one of the least favorites amongst the Overwatch community. Colosseo is another one that can come up in that argument. But I think that those 2 specifically are just not ones that teams practice on. The architecture, those high grounds you have to play off of, are just so weird. And it really takes a type of team to want to play on that map specifically. You have to have a plan going into it, which just hasn't been the case for either of the two teams. I know we've talked a lot about Washington Timeless, but we also need to bring up the opponents that they're facing. Is like we said, this isn't the first time that Washington Timeless have taken on the Drainers here. In fact, just yesterday in those winners semis, we went to a map 5 here. It was almost a reverse sweep, but Timeless came back at that map 5 just to bring it all home. And it really does show you how close, how these teams are fighting toe-to-toe.
And it comes down to the variability in the team play versus the one-on-one play between these teams. Like, Team Drainers, they're really good at punishing a player that takes too much of an off angle, overstays their welcome, and they're more than fine going toe-to-toe with someone solo and cleaning it up from that point and moving forward, because then your team goes up 1, and if everyone is taking these 1v1s and it gets very messy, then Drainers, well, as their name says, they're going to drain the enemy team, and they're going to be able to be successful in those fights. However, if Washington Timeless can come together and work better as a whole unit and not fall into that trap, they may be more successful.
And we see a lot of those points come up when you look at the roster of Drainers. Every single one of the names that are on this team right now, like I see Kindred, I see Senna, I see KJ, and Chosen and Lane as well being on the support here. These 5 players are all very good at what they do. They are some of the best within the Calling All Heroes scene that we've seen come out of it. And I think the one thing that's really been holding them back so far, keeping them out of actually coming away with some of these higher level matches, has been their struggle in terms of the team play here. Like you said, a lot of instances where I'll see Senna trying to take a 1v1, and Senna, she's either on or she's not. When she's on, the whole lobby's dead. When she's not, there can be a bit of feeding on that side. And I want to see more of this happy medium start to be found, because I do genuinely think that Drainers have a chance to take down Washington Timeless. And Washington Timeless, they're no one to laugh at either. These players, unlike their opponents, have been scrimming for a decent margin here. And the big thing, we see Sawhill in for the starting lineup now, but Sniper, another one of those tank players, is a key component to this roster.
Definitely, and Snozlar, also very well-rounded player. The supports here of the Mauler and Orion, very good at keeping their teams alive and understanding when they're taking too much pressure, frontlining too heavily. And then Bun is a demon on the stick, so to speak, a hit scan player that if you are in her crosshairs, you are saying goodnight, and you're playing the respawn simulator. So that 1v1, if you're stuck against Bun, may not go in your favor unless, you're locked in and ready to go. And half the time, just being confident in your own ability to click heads can help you a little bit more. But definitely, as you mentioned, wanting to see the more success happening, I really want to see Drainers taking advantage of, the instances where we see them back off a bit too much. They get too slow. I want to see them, looking for the engage opportunities first, using their ults first, taking the priority positioning over the side of Washington Timeless rather than waiting and reacting to what Washington Timeless puts on the table.
Yeah, it's one of the harder maps to be able to do that on is Control, arguably, which, of course, that is where we have to start setting the tempo here. I'm genuinely under the belief that if Ilios ends up going the way of the Drainers, I think that they have a good chance of beating Timeless here. I still think Timeless is favored, but this first map, Ilios, the selection of Timeless, is going to define the path of this series moving on forwards, and a lot of that is going to depend on those compositions that we've seen. It's been back and forth in terms of what has been liked. It's been a lot of the Orisa compositions, the Junker Queen coming out. The Junker Queen, easily been Washington Timeless's favorite, and I see why. They are so darn good at it. It is rare that I see them lose in the mirror matchup here. On the other hand, Drainers, Kindred more specifically, has no problem pulling out the Junker Queen, but also can go over to that Orisa or even Reinhardt at times here. So I think there's more flexibility on the side of the Drainers coming into Ilios, which you kind of think about the map in general, Nerdy Bird, and I'd like to see more of that Orisa Junker Queen style be played.
I mean, I'm a firm enjoyer of the Battle Cattle as much as most players are. However, if you think about it, we are playing on current patch. JQ, she just got insanely buffed in my opinion as far as the tanks go. Her and Zarya, which we didn't see so much Zarya up to this point, but theoretically we could possibly see Zarya get pulled out because her sustainability plus the amount of how quickly she gains charge both have gone up through the roof. And with that in mind, I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps someone decides to go Zarya over going Battle Cattle or JQ if they're just struggling to create frontline pressure. And if your tank is getting blown up, DPS, you really got to start finding heads and clicking them to take some attention away from your tank. But we'll have to see what happens, because I feel like Zarya, great sustainability if she has the proper backline. But JQ, using your shout at the right times plus Axe, absolutely impossible to overcome without full team coordination.
As much as I would love to see that Zarya comp, we're still playing on that former at that first season patch. We haven't hit mid-season yet, so Zarya hasn't received that buff. JQ, still same old JQ. So there's there's gonna be that variant. So I don't think we're gonna see the Zarya today, which is actually good for a lot of teams, because who's been practicing Zarya? Not really anybody. She hasn't been relevant for a while. So very thankful that they can continue to play this more Junker Queen style, and you know, Washington Timeless, they're going with a good old bread and butter, and it's going to be quite an interesting matchup in what the trainers have in mind.
Everybody holds, nobody runs. Good to see you.
We go ahead and look, Washington Timeless beginning to roll out, have the control of this high ground, which makes it very difficult for the Drainers to engage. The only way that they're going to move around this point is going to be by accessing Senna here, using this teleport to find their way kind of to the backline. Ideally, Orion is going to be the target, but they're taking such a long time to find that opening in, and they're not using the teleporter to get that mobility. So Timeless have so much space at their disposal to get this engaged, and are easily going to collapse onto players. Bun claiming that first elimination of the day, and KJ doing their best to kind of layer this damage, get the trade out, but Bun is just too far in. It takes a fully charged Senna to eventually shut her down, and this is what I'm talking about right here, where Timeless, they engage first. Drainers, they're immediately in the back foot.
The unfortunate situation for Drainers is that you're playing around your Reinhardt, and it makes sense. You're going to want to lock down Cage. However, Washington Timeless, they have the JQ shout, they have Lucio's speed. Baptiste can take an angle and use jump boots to get high ground. Snozlar takes position, has slide, Bun has dash. The mobility and chances to surround and conquer Drainers is very strong for Timeless as we engage in this next fight. And it looks like immortalities from both sides are already going to be burned.
It's those main cooldowns, especially KJ's as well. Oh, but Snozlar getting taken off the map. A lot of that damage for Washington Timeless is gone, but them being still in control of the point, having this well to their favor. I mean, the difference in range here, the difference in mobility is just huge, and Timeless are playing that to their favor.
As we are about to go into about the halfway point for map 1, Washington Timeless is coming up on 3 ultimates, almost all 5 in the bank. Drainers getting close to having all ults online, but their Lucio is far behind an ultimate charge, and Beat can be a make or break ultimate to sustain or allow your team to aggress into the enemy front line. I'm really interested to see how Senna chooses to use this wall, and when will they use it to engage, or are they going to use it as an opportunity to sustain their team during another enemy ultimate?
And they're going to hold on to it for now, hoping the Ant Matrix does the job, which Snozlar, that is not where you should be standing in front of an Ant Matrix. You need to be respecting those players, and a critical error from Washington Timeless is going to be the end of their control of the map of well, and they're going to go ahead, have to give this one up, but the nice thing is they have plenty of tools to re-engage with.
They do, and we are in what some could consider last fight territory, considering the side of Washington Timeless only has to get 18%. They're going into this next fight. Only ultimate not online is going to be the Rampage from Sawhill. Everything else is ready to go. Drainers still have 3 ultimates. That Lucio beat's going to become essential. If the side of Washington Timeless decides to pair up 2 ultimates, that beat needs to drop, and if it gets Ajax, it's going to be a real unfortunate situation for Drainers.
Oh, Drainers, they're already getting in with that Bastion ultimate. They need to get aggressive, and there it is. Earth Shatter down, Sawhill instantly deleted. This is the initiation that Drainers need to be using, but the sound barrier ended up coming out to just counter out that overclock, which is fine. You go ahead, you win the fight, you get the stall out, but Bun, here they come in. She has the Dragon Blade in sight. Snozlar still manages to stay alive. This is Timeless playing the long game to their favor, exhausting the resources of Drainers and therefore exploiting it to their advantage. They're back in control of the point, but Drainers, they're gonna have to rush to that objective.
10 seconds remaining for the side of Drainers to make it in, and their Lucio is down. No swaps, relying on this teleporter to make sure they can get a foothold on this point. Their Reinhardt goes forward. They have to use Ant Matrix early to keep their Rein alive.
It doesn't keep the Reinhardt up, but Senna, they get Sawhill out of the picture. You just don't have that defensive utility once that shout is done and gone with. So Washington Timeless, they're going to back up. They're okay with it, with where the fight currently stands. And we go ahead. and see where Drainers have been starting to improve here. They used a lot of their utility in the previous fight. That Matrix, that was really their only thing in to get up. Orion gonna be chunking their way towards an ultimate of their own, which is gonna be beneficial to finding that window in, especially just go ahead plopping Snozlar behind that. Huge burst of damage that you're going to be able to work with, and that's the slow approach that Washington Timeless are going to take. They're not doing anything super risky because they're waiting for Drainers to come up with an error. They know what's going to happen. They simply don't have the shield to withstand in front of any of the damage coming up, and Solhill gets the free reign of the objective as a result. Drainers have split up so gosh darn far that they're having trouble regrouping, and they have to stay under Chosen and Senna to make this happen. 99% once again for Washington Timeless, but the Drainers barely hanging on to life. The third time they've been in this situation, they still managed to hold on. Still taking that time to go ahead and look over what the objective is currently standing at. Washington Timeless, that rampage. Some Solhill, really the only tool that they have to go into it, but the counters are available from Drainers. It has to be something quick and snappy if Washington Timeless want to take back this point that they initially had that control of. The Drainers, they're playing so close together. Timeless, they don't want to be anywhere near that back room, especially with KJ just chilling behind an Matrix. Woo! You want to stay away from that one, but not that far. Mauler gets in, begins the chaos. Huge elimination. Drainers don't get the value out of their sound barrier either. This is the best case scenario for Washington Timeless right now. Drainers, they're running on fumes to keep this fight up and running, or more specifically Kindred for that matter. Washington Timeless, my goodness, did they bide their time for this fight. But here they are sitting on top of Ilios well.
Score
Still waiting.
1-0.
You're able to see the first map with the way of Washington Timeless.
Ready for battle.
And this is what we were talking about initially at the start of the series, is we wanted to see where Drainers would start to improve. And like I said, a lot of this tempo would come up to be in this control map when we see Drainers start to take that initiative where they can play. In total honesty, I'm not a fan of that Reinhardt pick coming in from the Drainers, and switching that up here to go over to Junker Queen. If that is the option that Drainers want to go with, I am here for it. The only thing that is interesting is this backline of the Baptiste Zen. Yes, it gives you a lot of strength and poke, but the support for Kindred, you don't have that speed. It's a huge sacrifice, especially when you're playing with the JQ. They have to be winning these fights long range. As soon as Washington Timeless gets close, this is as good as over for Drainers right now. And Snozlar on the Widowmaker as well. Looking for an opportunity, find these shots. Senna mirroring that on the other end. And these are the two players that we know would be going back at it. Ooh, barely peeking that corner. They need to be careful of where the other heads are lying here. Senna's still struggling to land a couple of these shots. Sees the jump up, barely dodging out of the way. Both teams very slow to engage, just sitting, watching, waiting for Snozlar to find that advantage to get that pick out. And Drainer's going to be the ones to get the first capture, but there's yet to be any fight on this point.
Snozlar makes a very bold move using that grapple shot. Chosen punishes the off angle. Bun found Kindred though, and for Drainers, losing that front line with the enemy team this close to them, both supports playing a little bit of supportal combat. Unfortunately, Sawhill's going to capitalize on that. You mentioned it earlier. Not seeing the Reinhardt here, I think, is the better option for the Drainers. Yeah. The Reinhardt play just too slow. They're getting surrounded and completely collapsed upon. However, now it's a battle of wits a little bit between Snozlar and Senna, because those two can create ultimate opportunities for their team by finding that early elimination. However, Washington Time was losing Snozlar that early to Chosen, allowed for the other team to sustain a bit longer because it takes away those line of sight pressures. See if Snozlar is able to find the first elimination here, or if it's going to be Senna.
Snozlar dropping off, looking for that shot, and you can see how careful the Drainers are being right now. They're afraid of what Snozlar can do, and it's all up to Senna to at least keep them occupied for the time being. But it's Sawhill, that initiation. All it's got to be is that little immortality field, which doesn't get the value, but the aggression is punished slightly. The Drainers, they are down in numbers, but so are Washington Timeless. Only the tank is remaining, and there's not going to be much to show for that at all. Drainers are just doing so much better on this JQ comp.
going into this next fight, Drainers are also going to have the ultimate advantage, that Transcendence. They don't need to worry about Sahil's ultimate. Genji, Bun, close to that blade. However, if they manage to hang on to Baptiste Shift, Immortality, Slide, Shout, they won't even need to use Entrance and will be able to use it instead to sustain through a different situation and keep the fight longer, which is what's been paying off for them so far.
Exactly. When these fights go long and Timeless can initiate, Drainers have no problem closing it out or even starting them. Orion going down. Best case scenario for Drainers right now. It's their fight to lose with all of the ultimates on the board. They're making this look easy. Is this the same team that we're seeing from last map right now? Ilios, specifically Ruins, having Senna, having KJ onto this map to get that poke done. This is where they're strongest, and there's absolutely no doubt about it.
Now we just gotta hope that they don't make a similar mistake to what they did map 1 and choosing to try and play the more brawl-heavy composition, because yes, you have Point, which is in a box, and then you also have the area around the mini at Cage, which is also a box, but just that Reinhardt composition did not work out for Drainers. Looks like they are going to be sticking more with the... Never mind, as I'm talking, I get baited. Kindred is swapping over to D.Va, and D.Va has been a very hit or miss tank within our complete Calling All Heroes series. Either we see Divas absolutely dominate or they get obliterated. My concern here is the amount of focus fire that can come out from Washington Timeless, severely punishing Kindred on the D.Va.
I don't know. I really don't know about this D.Va pick. It does not feel good. You did good on the JQ. Why are we changing things? That's kind of all I have to say for this composition right now. The only advantage is you can bunker down on the high ground, but what value is that going to give you when you need to start rotating to this objective where Timeless, they're going to have no issue meeting you here whatsoever. And sure, you're going to gain an early lead off that. You force the speed cooldowns out early from Timeless, but here they are. They're ready just to drop down and engage, looking for that player to step out of line. And in that case, it is the Baptiste, and Bun actually ends up getting punished for that aggression. Drainers, they got there first, they got the setup, and for the first time, Timeless are the team that are slow to react. They are just not looking as coordinated as they did in the first map or even in the previous games that we've seen.
For the side of Drainers, the biggest concern with D.Va... Oh my gosh, Orion, I'm so sorry. The biggest thing for Kindred to be able to sustain in tank formation, not lose Toki, is the fact that their DPS need to be creating a lot of pressure and making sure that their D.Va is not the one taking all of the frontline aggression coming out from Washington Timeless. They did that very well. They created pressure, they forced out cooldowns early, and then they were able to rotate into the point. Now, if Washington Timeless decides to rotate here using fewer cooldowns, there's a chance they force a fight on point, and Sahil can get a lot of sustain if there's multiple people on point. However, Senna, as well as KJ, are playing heroes that don't need to be on point.
No, not at all. And Drainers, like specifically Senna, look at out here on the Ashe just chilling in the mid lane. And there is no problem with that being a sniper because Washington Timeless, they need to get to the objective and they're struggling to get a path in right now. The problem is that Timeless, they're not playing a wing. Snozlar is not taking care of Senna. If Senna is on, she's cooking. And when she's cooking, there's no chance for Timeless to push.
My ultimate is charging.
We could be, once again, entering last fight unless Washington Timeless manage to get a foothold onto this objective. They are slow to build these ultimates, but Drainers are as well. They do have that Baptiste ult as well as Captive Sun coming out from Chosen, and Captive Sun can be absolutely deadly considering they're not going to have cleanse. They only have Immor. Bun is dead. There's going to be no opportunity for a deflect on it. They have to rely on Baptiste and Lucio to sustain through that ultimate.
You needed Bun to be alive there. You really did. Timeless, they just don't have the tools in the tank to take this battle. They've been so behind since Ilios getting shut out, and they are on the brink of doing it again. It's only Solio, but the ultimate goes down. Senna was the player this map. Senna was the only one for Drainer specifically to come up big, be that pop-off star that we know she can be. And if Drainers, they're getting that tempo going now, they're taking that lead. They are vengeful from their match yesterday. They want this grand finals, and they want it bad.
Well, even though Senna absolutely popped off, Sahil's going to be the one to get the play of the game on JQ. It looks like, you know, almost 1v4, but you see Senna in the kill feed here, gets a double kill.
It's still Senna. I mean, regardless. If Sahil, don't get me wrong, Sahil, pretty darn cool too. But Senna was the player that game to put in the work, whether it was on the Widowmaker, but especially on that Ashe. That Ashe is what she is most known for. And Ashe isn't a hero that we traditionally see within the higher levels of competitive play, but it has been one that we've seen whenever Draeners have come to play. And Timeless, they're therefore being forced to mirror it. They're putting Sazlar on that Ashe just to try to contest Senna and what she's been doing. And it's a real problem that they were facing. They just fell apart under the reign of that JQ, and I did mention this before. Solhill, they are a great individual player. They come up with these pop-off moments, but I do think there's a noticeable difference between when Solhill is in on the tank and then when I see Sniper. The squad overall looks more coordinated. They look like they have a good plan of how they want to engage the fight. That's where I really start to see that speed tick up, and knowing that we're heading to hybrid next, I'm fully expecting that Numbani pick and Sniper to be put into that JQ Sigma.
Most definitely. I can't argue with you on that one. I mean, like, history speaks for itself. If the numbers decide to change and they do want to throw in a curveball, I'll be interested to see what they pull out. However, I do think going with a new body pick is the safest opportunity here for Washington Timeless. Draeners probably are well aware of that. And honestly, I'm going to be completely fair. The DPS have been getting a little bit less lucky as far as the game is decided, because I do agree, Senna did definitely pop off, but the tanks and supports have been getting plays of the game, but we cannot disregard the effort coming out from the DPS. And one thing I do want to say is I'm sorry, Bastion, falling down the well is never fun, because you hear that opening pick from Chosen getting out that DPS, the Widowmaker, and then the enemy Widowmaker takes a 1v1 with Genji, evening the playing field. But here we have Senna on this Ashe, and you mentioned...
This map is a Senna highlight reel. That is what this is.
And you mentioned we don't see a lot of Ashe, but Ashe creates a lot of opportunity because that Dynamite, when people aren't playing smart, when they are allowing themselves to be grouped up or playing inside rooms, you can force cooldowns, you can force them into bad positions by using that Dynamite, and it gives you ultimate charge, and it makes them get into a bad position to either, like I said, either they're forced into a bad spot or they use cooldowns, and then your team is able to capitalize on it.
And that's where Draeners have looked really good, is that when they're able to take their time and really talk through what they want to do, get that set up specifically with their DPS, which are their strong point, then that's where they're going to win the fights. Timeless, if they go fast, they win. If they don't, it's Draeners. It's such a simple concept that you really... let me phrase that. I make it sound very simple, but that is not at all the case of what it is. There are so many different factors that actually go into these plays in terms of the positioning, what calls are being made, where's the ult tracking, how is that taking place, and on a map like Ilios, it tends to get chaotic, and teams that thrive in the chaos, welcome Draeners. They are the chaos, to be totally frank with you. And when you look to our future maps, Hybrid in particular, you do require a much more gentle hand when you're going at it. You can't just be like, full steam ahead, we're going to kill 5. That's not really how Hybrid works specifically. It's a lot more reliant on that positioning. Where are you posting up with that strict attack versus defensive rules? And that is something that Timeless have succeeded on and have exceeded every single opponent that I have seen them face. I genuinely think they are unbeatable on this map. If they pick Parisa right now, I'm going to be concerned for their sanity.
I too will be concerned, just because we mentioned if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And just... some things went wrong in the last map, and I feel like possibly, especially after we were on on Ruins, it felt like the side of Washington Timeless was starting to back off too much. They were giving up too much space, and Draeners, they do a similar thing, but they started to slowly encroach on that space that was being created, and they realized the success that comes with that. So claiming that space, not giving up the neutral ground, very important. And Draeners, they have fixed the taking too long to engage moments that we've seen in the past. And hopefully they're able to continue to do that. But the one caveat with these hybrid maps is that you do go from, it is a control point into an escort point. And that is where things can start to get really concerning in the escort portions, because if your team is guilty of taking a lot of off angles, not calling when they're going for the off angle flank, that is where you see a lot of eliminations start to happen because someone starts to feed a little bit. So it comes to being a little bit conscious of where you're going and conscious of where both your tank and your supports are in retrospect to where you are, and making sure you're not just going to feed.
Which I'm very glad you said that. Well, I mean, not the feeding. I never like to see feeding. But specifically when I look back at, Draeners were getting punished for, okay, maybe not as far as feeding, but for being even slightly out of position. They were away from their team because they have the confidence in themselves as individual players. And yes, you are that good, but when you look at a team like Washington Timeless, they're not going to let you get away with those mistakes. And it really got to the point where it had to be Senna killing at least half the team every single fight for that to start to iron out. And I think that Senna, as many times have I said her name, is very, very important when we begin to look at our hybrid map selection, which has been confirmed. Numbani is not a map. No, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And there's a good reason for this. And a lot of it is going to depend. Can Senna continue to perform the way that she has? Her highs are super high. When she's on, she cooks. Said that, I know. But it needs to be repeated because it needs to be drilled into everyone's main, specifically Timeless right now. Because if Senna is still going to be on fire for the remainder of this map, you're going to have to come up with a solution. But the other thing that I do see with Senna is that she's either on or she's not. So if we're going to start to get to that point where that inconsistency begins to show and they lean away from that, Timeless, they're going to run away with it. I just think it gets that simple in terms of the effect here, especially on who's going to be attacking versus defending. You can look at this first point of Numbani. You see these little walkways that you have on the high ground, which are just perfect for Hitscan to come up. We've seen a lot of Ashe and those echoes and even a little bit of Hanzo come out that are just great at those angles.
Ready for battle.
And it does look like we have Sniper coming in for the side of Washington Timeless. Yep. We discussed Sniper coming in most likely on this map. During day one of Calling All Heroes, we did see Sniper choose to go with the Diva pick here. Eventually realized maybe not the best call, did go Sigma, but this time starting out on the JQ. Now, of course, a portion of this gameplay when it comes to tanks is a little bit of the rock, paper, scissors game. And for Drainers, being on offense first, if Kindred sticks with this Reinhardt, we possibly could see this swap over to a JQ. However,
yeah,
I'm gonna just trust that Senna's actually going to stay. No, Senna, okay, yeah, staying on the Symmetra with the Bastion. Reinhardt means they're probably gonna go underneath and teleport to the high ground. Possibly Washington Timeless is anticipating this because they are positioned very linearly on the left side high ground as opposed to split up to surround both high grounds.
I can tell you right now the Washington Timeless are expecting it. This is the exact same comp that Drainers attempted to pull out on their previous attack against Washington Timeless. And you know what happened? They got held Nerdy Bird. This just was not the play. And primarily it was because they couldn't get these teleporters into successful positions, or the peel was just better from Timeless. So they're trying to juke them out here, but eventually this high ground is where you take place. But Kindred's shield is down. That Reinhardt does not work at this angle, especially when you get split like that. And this is where Washington Timeless, this is their game right now. Drainers, they're playing it.
We saw Drainers do this day one as well. When they went underneath and tried to teleport to the right side high ground from attacker's perspective, you could tell that there was a lack of a 1-2-3 on the TP because the TP went down, one person took it, another person took it, and then the rest of the team stayed in one spot. And it does look like we have a disconnect coming out on the side of Washington Timeless, so we'll take a moment and give them the opportunity to reconnect. Hopefully we'll see them very soon. Sometimes, you know, your internet is your best friend, allows you to play video games, and sometimes it's your enemy.
Yeah, but the good news is hopefully we can get those players back in shortly. And I know that that was a problem for Timeless before. I believe it was Bun. We didn't even get to see her at all in week one during that Switch stage because of internet issues. And it was such an unfortunate occurrence because she is so good at that flex DPS role. That Genji, the Symmetra, did have a bit of a rough first map, I will say. A lot of the times she it was so polarizing, either had the first elimination or the first death. There wasn't much in between going on there.
I think that's a common trend among a lot of Overwatch players, that either you've perfected your playstyle and you're very comfortable on the hero that you choose to play, or the 2 or 3 that you play for your team, or you get the I'm hot and I'm cold sometimes.
Yeah.
And we had an attempted charge through Reinhardt on the TP. TP gets eviscerated, and positioning's already lost again for Drainers, so they have to wait for another TP from Senna.
They're just trying to set it up, but they're sitting ducks. They take this amount of poke damage, you lose the shield cooldown, so they have to take it slow. But that is the treat that they wanted. Orion and Button sitting pretty, did not know what was going to hit them. Drainers finally got that first successful teleporter, but still 3 players remaining for Timeless on that high ground. And with those ultimates getting near, or at least, well, it used to be, I would say they would have a chance. But as of now, Drainers, they have full control of this objective. And this is the turnaround that I wanted to see. They finally got all 5 players through that teleporter. I want a full round of applause for that because I think that's the first time it has happened when I've seen them play.
And let's hope that if they continue to run Senna on this Symmetra, we see that teleporter success happen more frequently than not. Bun is waiting for her opportunity to strike right now, staring down the main pathway, waiting for her team to catch up. Now as we go into this next fight, we have Bastional, Simmel, and almost everything else for Timeless but the window. For the side of Drainers, they also have every ult plus that window. Engaging with Bastion Artillery Strike doesn't look like it'll pick up any eliminations.
No, did you see how everybody just rushed under to Kindred Shield like an umbrella there? That was hilarious. Even, you like gotta stay out of the rain. It's raining cat and dogs, or rather giant artillery bombshells, which is now the case for Washington Timeless. They better get a move on. Watch out for those. Not too concerned, but ooh, Baller isn't getting caught out. That is a huge blow to Timeless. They need to use these ultimates to compensate for it, but the Rampage doesn't get as much value as they would have liked to see, and as a result, they need to use even more to invest into that fight, which in the end is pretty okay when you look at what Drainers had to use on the other end. And getting this hold, especially in this spot with a brawl competition, these spawn holds are brutal on second point Numbani.
One thing you got to think about is they unfortunately ended up losing your Lucio. Losing your main support can make a fight extremely difficult to come out on top of. More often than not, you're going to end up losing. So what they did is they coined their ultimates. They ended up paying both the Photon Barrier as well as the JQ ultimate to put them equal and then put them one up with the extra ult. And JQ, jiggle peeking in the doorway, ultimately was a key to success as we lose Chosen early on here in this next engage.
You know what? As creative as that was from Kindred, flanking around the entire team and getting a pin off the map on his Snozlar. All right, it was worth it for the comedic effect, but Kindred, you left your team high and dry. They just got stomped on and a half, to be totally frank with you. Washington Timeless, and they're not going to let Kindred get away with any of that shenanigans.
Okay, so you're a Reinhardt player. You're doing some funny stuff. You got it for the highlight reel, but as much as I applaud it, I respect it. I love seeing it in ladder. When it's happening in team play, the enemy team is going to see there is no tank and they'll know you're doing something silly.
They went for the funny, right? You went for the funny. All right, it didn't work. You go ahead for the serious play, and especially having that Earth Shatter in hand. Getting that elimination. Hey, you got an ultimate up, and it's basically free for Kindred right now. It's a couple
oh my gosh!
KJ vaulted above the Earth Shatter and managed to take out Kindred. That arguably saved the team right there. The sound barrier has to be put into place for Washington Timeless. They're in overdrive to continue throwing this one up. And wow, that was something. I mean, Kindred arguably tilted off with that one. And switching over to the Junker Queen immediately, I wanted to see this pick.
I would be too, but vaulting over the Reinhardt Earth Shatter, the prediction, absolutely clean. Now, as we go into this next fight, we're going to have yet another Bastion ultimate, both sides. Bun is trailing Senna as far as the Photon Barrier charge goes, and then Chosen can round this corner around Bust with Ant Matrix and possibly create an entire opportunity for their team to engage as we hear Photon Barrier go up.
Ooh, but that Rampage is absolutely massive. It's both supports and some. Wow, this is Sniper coming in big for Washington Timeless. Like I said, there's a noticeable difference in how these fights end up playing out. Not only because of this player's individual talent, but the way that the team rally behind her.
Yeah, and you just heard Athena mention it. We have 60 seconds left. We are about halfway to the second checkpoint, and JK is going to start out with the artillery strike. Looks like they might just be able to take out a teleporter. Not sure if she got anything else from that one. So we have just our tanks pushing forward to gain ground. Photon Barrier and Ant Matrix both dedicated to start this fight.
Timeless, they're taking this quick. They do not want Drainers to have the opportunity to sit down, use their cooldowns, and that's what you do. You take the space, you don't give it away for free. Washington Timeless, they've learned something from this map. They gave up so much space and time last time. And Drainers, they're playing Timeless' game.
You're right. I mean, the thing with Timeless is that they're recognizing we don't have to use our cooldowns, but we have to make you spend yours to take the space that you want, and they're doing it cleanly. As we see Sniper and Snozlar pick up one, and Snozlar with another one.
Yeah, that's it. Like, you see the Ant Matrix, you walk on through. Washington Timeless, I think they unbound their S keys for this match. I genuinely think so, Nerdy Bird, because It has been forwards. It has been W. And you know what? They arguably got the W. Not many teams end up getting a hold. Here on Numbani, there's realistically one fight you can take, one fight you can win, and it's here in this bronze, which they managed to do for a solid 3.5 minutes, which is just crazy considering how this match ended up starting out and really gives Drainers a big task ahead of them.
Timeless definitely created advantages and kept playing for those advantages, not giving up when they recognized, hey, they used Immor first. We have Immor advantage. Let's go. Plus, the late JQ swap that we saw coming out, honestly, for Kindred, I feel like just starting on the JQ would have been so much stronger for the side of the Drainers because, as we saw from Sniper, Rampage can be extremely powerful. Now, they're going to be on defense, and we have Senna once again hopping over to that Ashe. Dynamites could theoretically be very oppressive, but Washington Timeless is pulling out the composition the Drainers started on. Now, my only fear
No
is...
way.
I'm
Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing?
This is a bait. Nah, Tiny,
It
don't
can't be
fall
a
for
bait.
it.
They're there. They're
Until
there.
the doors...
It's not a bait.
Oh, gosh.
It's
oh,
not a
gosh.
bait.
Okay,
This is real.
So we got the Battle Cattle coming out from Kindred as well as Chosen on the Life Weaver. This will be interesting. I mean, if someone wants to play silly or way too far forward and use grip to get out, I'll respect. Was there a discussion?
No.
Okay, I was like,
okay.
Did they talk and say Life Weaver mirror?
I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. Life Weaver, good on the eyes, good on the gameplay. Yeah, that could be really questionable. There's some silly stuff you could pull out with maybe Senna or KJ here. But other than that, I mean, you just are, it's a heal bot. Life Weaver is a heal bot that just sits there. Maybe it goes a pedal every now and again, but you're sacrificing speed. But, well, I guess Timeless, they don't have that either. KJ just launching in a grenade. Kaboom goes the Lucio, and they're just stranded.
I am also having flashbacks to day one because here we had Orisa multi-kills happening because of people staying on this platform. Thankfully, Timeless is recognizing the risk that they put forward by stepping out of this doorway. They're staying there. However, Kindred is just posted up, undeterred by the prospect of possibly having a full team swing because Kindred can just spear spin them off. They fully rotated to take the other high ground. And I'm a little scared for the Mauler. Looks like they're actually going to rotate TP here to try and get Mauler back.
Okay, see, that was actually genius, the way that life grip was used. Just yoinked Lane out of the line of danger. Okay, I see the purpose of this now. Chosen? All right, you chose the right hero. I'm starting to see it, but you need to show me more because Bun just took out your main source of damage here. Snazlar is on the high ground, uncontested. Washington Timeless, they split up. Drainers had pressure from so many angles, and they're going to crumble under all of the pressure as a result. And this is going to be a hefty time bank to be able to walk away from the first point with.
You mentioned Chosen being on the Life Weaver with Life Grip, swapping over to the Ana, and the one thing I will say is that if your whole reason for using Life Grip is to get your teammate out of a bad position, that means that there's a problem because they're already in a bad position. They're not anticipating what damage is coming out, what abilities are being used, and where the enemy is looking to rotate. We do see Chosen swap to the Ana, so we have Ana Baptiste coming out right now for the side of the Drainers. I'm very interested to see how this works out. Not a combination we typically see. Haven't seen it in a long time.
There's a very good reason why we don't see this Baptiste on it. It offers a lot of healing, arguably too much. I want to see Lane and Chosen start to use their damage ability, specifically that Bio Nade. That is what they're banking on right now. For Timeless to get hit with an anti and make it work, but Chosen can't get the angle and the rest of the team is just collapsed on. There's no life grip to get you out of that scenario. So Drainers, they're on the back foot here. They're struggling to make something happen, and Timeless, they're not slowing down. There is no back key. It is in or we're dead, and they are certainly in, and the only ones dead here are the Drainers, the teleport out, the escape. This is Washington Timeless's map. We knew they would pick it, and this is exactly the reason why.
It's almost as though they're like, control point, not our strength. However, Numbani, we got that. So if we don't do too well on map 1, we know we can pick map 2 and come out on top. And it looks like our play of the game is going to be going over to Lucio, the Mauler. Let's see what the game shows to be the highlight of this entire Numbani map. And of course, environmentals, very strong.
Oh, they most certainly are. And I think the Mauler here has been an integral part of the success that we saw Washington Timeless have on that map. The speed. The speed is how they win. And Lucio, that is the speed character for you right there. So, the Mauler came up big, was able to work in tangent with Sniper. And I genuinely think having Sniper in the game, I don't know if you saw it too, Nerdy, But the team overall just looked more grouped together. They looked like they had a plan. They didn't look lost when they had to take these re-engages. That attack was a steamroll. They never hit the brakes even once because there wasn't a reason to. Sniper never saw that there was a point that they needed to stop what they're doing because the Draeners just gave them so much space to work with. They sacrificed a lot of that mobility by changing up their composition to the Life Weaver and off of the Symmetra, and it really came back to bite them in the end here, and especially when we look towards those future map types where speed is the name of the game, aka Flashpoint. This is not going to be a good look for them to continuously have if they want to come out on top.
And to just piggyback a bit off of what you were talking about regarding the Lucio gameplay, I mean, since the drop, and this shatter was ridiculous.
It really was.
My heart goes out to you, Kindred. That was just unfortunate. But when it comes to the Lucio gameplay, there really, since the drop of Overwatch 2, has not been a lot of time where Lucio was not a viable pick. I mean, yes, you could run the Ana break compositions over a Lucio-centric composition, but if you are strong on Lucio gameplay, your team can play around it on almost every single one of these maps. Lucio's not really been nerfed. If anything, he's gotten some decent buffs if you're a Lucio player. And the only thing is that tank passive that makes the boops a little bit more difficult. That's sometimes annoying, but beyond that, Lucio is a very strong main support. And if you have a comfortable Lucio, honestly, you should roll with it as opposed to, hey, I know the enemy likes to run Lucio, but I'm not going to give my team speed.
And I think that is kind of the main weakness of Draeners here. When they know something isn't working, they switch their comp, right? I applaud them for that. If it's not working, you can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results. So they change their composition up, but they do it to an extent where it starts to get really sloppy. You can't throw together these team plays because you're just trying to figure out how you're throwing these 5 heroes together on the battlefield. And it really did start to become a problem specifically on their defense. There was just no point of stabilization once they lost that first pointer, and even arguably when they were defending that first objective. So they started to lose that fire. Senna was losing that fire. We didn't get to see those pop-off plays again. And part of that, yes, she was on the Symmetra, so you're not going to see it as much. And it's not a comfort hero for her. It's not something that she's specifically known for outside of that hit scan range. So that you do have that working for you as well. And this whole map of Numbani was just not it for Draeners. And I think they knew that kind of heading into today. The amount of times they play hybrid, the amount of times they've lost hybrid, more specifically, is just crazy. Flashpoint, on the other hand, this is where they started to mount their comeback against Washington time last, where they almost got to that reverse sweep, was starting on Flashpoint. It was, I believe, a 3-1 finish, I want to say, when it all got said and done. Because of that really strong momentum that they had, they carried that forward. They had the wanting to be able to win and had that speed cooldowns really working out for them. You put Kindred on that Junker Queen, they do great. You take Kindred off, I start to have questions.
Well, I think if Washington Timeless wants to close this out quickly and shut the door on Draeners, as much as we love seeing Sawhill, I think possibly keeping Sniper in on that JQ and going into this next
100%.
map is honestly the better way to go, just because the anticipation of cooldown usage, which comes with time when you play with a teammate, and supports understanding without having to audibly communicate to their tank or vice versa, tank to backline, what they're looking or wanting to do or when they're going to be using specific cooldowns and the habits that they produce with their positioning. Having that type of synergy between backline and frontline and being able to rotate to keep that tempo control going, keep the momentum moving forward, was definitely apparent here on Numbani. And if they can carry that over into Flashpoint, it's going to be extremely difficult for Draeners to pull that one back in their favor.
And it's a very difficult situation to get a read on here, right? Because Draeners, they still took away that first map. They know that they can beat Washington Timeless, but can they really pull it together on these more structured maps? Flashpoint, arguably, is the most important map type when it comes to decision making on ultimate usage. Are you even going to take a fight for that matter? Those points, they tick up super fast, and the respawns, it takes about 40 seconds at points to come back if you end up going down. So you really need to be mindful of how, when, and where you're taking these fights, which is something that Washington Timeless are simply better at from what we've seen so far. Draeners, they thrive in that chaos, and if the weaknesses are completely opposite of each other. The weakness of Timeless is Draeners' strength, and that's kind of the little push and pull, this balance scale that we've been playing with throughout this whole match is when one team is able to be decisive and the other one feeds off of chaos and they end up flipping it around. Well, I certainly do wonder who is going to win, who's going to be able to get their act together and keep it that way for the whole map to carry out that consistency.
And that you bring up a very strong point with how they feed off of each other in a not great way, because obviously they are opponents. But when it comes to these Flashpoint maps, there has to be a decisive call from your tank based off of what abilities you have, what ults you have, and where the next Flashpoint is. Are you going to try and catch the enemy in rotation, or are you just trying to beat them to the point and lock it down? And that split-second decision can lead to utter chaos, or it can lead to destruction of the enemy team. So if the Drainers manage to force the chaos to happen, they can be very successful, catch the team catch Timeless in rotation, and then claim the objective. That could work out in their favor, even if Timeless is like, okay, we're gonna trap them at their spawn real fast and catch them in rotation. If the chaos starts, that is where the Drainers will start to get a foothold on the fight, end up eliminating people, and then everyone's alive for them. They just start walking over to the objective. And you gotta keep in mind, it's 108 meters to walk. It is a long rotation from spawn to the next objective. Whereas if you're at the old objective and everyone's alive and you just walk there as a unit and no one gets eliminated, it's a little bit easier to get a foothold there. We'll have to see what the teams decide to do. And also, of course, I'm interested which tank is going to stay in for the side of Timeless and how that's going to impact the overall playstyle of the Timeless side of the map.
I would also really like to see Sniper stay in here, which does appear to be the case. There haven't been any substitutions on the side of Washington Timeless. I can't say the same thing for the other end. We have a new DPS making a appearance. It will be Yevs coming in on the flex. So Genji is the selection of choice, which we've typically seen mirrored from Bun, whereas Yevs still has the ability to kind of pull this out and is going to be looking to shut down these players to get into the backline, make their lives difficult.
And Bun actually swaps back over to the Genji, just using Symmetra to give a TP to her team, and then swapping Genji, dashing out. Pretty standard to either do that with Genji or Tracer. Sometimes Reapers do it. We've got teams rotating to get into position, doing the poke fight phase. And it looks like Snozlar, very charged, might be able to get a rail shot in on a squishy and delete them. And as I say it, down goes Chosen.
Beautiful, beautiful headshot coming in right there. And this is what we're talking about. Snozlar has been the more consistent hit scan DPS right now. And getting that advantage in there early, allowing Bun to just shred through the remainder of Drainers, getting those cleanups. I mean, wow, Washington Timeless, they're here to play.
And this time we had Kiriko stay on point to lock it down, using Swift Step to reconvene with the rest of the Timeless squad. And yeah, you mentioned it. The DPS, the hit scan, Snozlar on this Sojourn looks very confident and comfortable. This fight is going to still be remaining relatively neutral as these teams are trying to get their ultimates up. However, Orion with this Kiriko theoretically can get Kitsune Rush here, and that can turn the tides completely and send Drainers all back to spawn if Orion pops it as soon as it's online.
And they're not even going to have a chance to pop it though. Sniper gets too aggressive out of the sightlines of their supports and Drainers. They're going to be able to snowball that one. Washington Timeless are too indecisive whether they wanted to take the fight or not. Sniper went in, nobody was there to follow up, and Drainers, they're going to get that flip.
Going into the next fight, Chosen, as well as Orion, both with Kitsune Rush, Lane and the Mauler, again, matching on beat charge across the board. Things are relatively equal. This comes down to the decisiveness plays that we mentioned earlier. Who's going to create the opportunity first and put their team in the advantageous positioning rather than giving up space as we have an early deflect. Here's the Kitsune Rush coming out from Chosen.
Oh, we wanted to do one from Orion first, but Drainers just took the fight to Timeless, and look how much space that ended up buying them. Now they can just speed back off, and Drainers, they're going to be able to get through that choke, and Timeless, no! They can shut down Snozlar! Was the player to come up big and didn't even have the opportunity. Chosen completely denied, no option given. Washington Timeless, they know this is going to be the last fight they take on this point, and they're going to commit ult to do it. Yevs coming in on the other end, though, has to fight the Clill onto the Lucio, but doesn't end up getting it. The rest of the team, though, playing off of the damage, that space that Labs was able to gain them on the Genji, and wow, that was dicey for them starting out. They backed off so far, but came back in the end to take Arena.
And you mentioned, I also agreed for like the instant that it was first popped, that Kitsune Rush coming out from Chosen first rather than Orion, it made sense in the moment that it could lock down the lane that they were looking to egress through, but they didn't
capitalize on it, as we saw the rest of the side of Washington Timeless back off. But when that Kitsune Rush went down, that was the moment when Orion needed to immediately pop Kitsune Rush to counter rush, so to speak, but give their team a little bit of extra time with the Kitsune Rush to start cleaning up. And unfortunately, that just did not happen. I don't know what the call was, of course. We can't hear the comms, but the hesitation that existed in that instance, I do believe is what ended up being like the bane of that entire fight and ultimately losing them that flashpoint.
It seriously came down to that split second of hesitation. All that you needed right there was that pick, and Orion hesitated for a little too long, and you ended up allowing the team your opponents to successfully retreat, and they have this sightline on you can't match. You go in there, Snozlar attempting to buy the space, but receives a kunai to the dome and just falls over backwards, so you don't have that ultimate to really help power you, and from there, it all just kind of crumbled, and I think that's one of the most challenging things about Flashpoint specifically is mounting a comeback. When you commit all of these resources to that first point, such as Arena, it's very difficult to start managing that once again because those points tick up at what I believe it's 1.8 percentage per second. I love my numbers, don't mind me. But at that 1.8% per second, you're looking at a fight that you need to take so quickly. You need to be decisive in what you do, that these small seconds of hesitations are going to come back and bite you. And it puts Washington Timeless in a situation where they don't have the ultimates here to come through. All you have is that Rampage, which can easily be countered out by a well-placed Suzu, and Drainers already getting this battle started out here onto the bomb flats. The initiation, though, from Sniper. They did it first, and they're going to do it better. Washington Timeless not far behind at all. It's like they're hearing us speak, Nerdy Bird.
I think that timeout from Washington Timeless was a moment for them to reconvene and be like, hey, what's going on? Why aren't we trusting our own skill here? Which is, we mentioned the hesitation, and that is something that when you're under pressure, you're looking to, this is do or die. If you lose out on this series, you're done for the rest of this minor. But these players have made it this far. They need to have confidence in their gameplay. If you think you should ult at a certain time, and it was discussed with your team that you probably should as well, like that's the plan, don't let that hesitation, the little voice in your head, stop you from doing it. As we hear Overclock get popped from the side of Senna, and rotating onto the back platform, eliminating Snozlar.
Snozlar, you had every opportunity there to get to cover, but you didn't. You have to be respecting Senna like that. Oh, like that is just Washington Timeless. They got too confident, and they're still engaging into this. Granted, it gets some ultimate tools out of the Drainers, which, yes, that will be beneficial in the long run. They arguably overcommitted into that with both the Kitsune and the Rampage.
I think they overcommitted. They already had the advantage. Snozlar got deleted, got called out by Tiny at the same time. Yes, you do need to respect Senna. I mean, if Senna's gonna respect you when you click Overclock and go into LOS, you should also do the same, because both of you are very scary on these hit scans. And yeah, overcommitment with those ultimates. We are encroaching in on last fight here. It made sense, but because they cleaned up so fast, Washington Timeless can mount a comeback.
And they have the ultimates to be able to do this, but Bun falls really low. This Dragon Blade isn't going to get that much value if she even manages to stay alive, which she cannot. Oh, but it's Snozlar's time for vengeance, crew. If you're the better Sojin player here, Snozlar, I'm waiting for something to come up with the kill feed, but it simply is not present. At least it got the Drainer's health bar relatively drained, and assuming they managed to get on point. There we go, Washington Timeless. I don't know about that sound barrier, to be totally honest with you. I actually do not like that sound barrier whatsoever.
Considering that there was no DPS alive for the side of Washington Timeless, they had to do something to equalize it more in their favor, so that sound barrier was used. Sniper got very low, so it made sense. The only tragedy is now there's 2 DPS ults coming online for the side of the Drainers that we have no beat nor Kitsune Rush to try and counter, and have to heavily rely on Sniper using Rampage after they force out Chosen Suzu. That's what they have to look for here. They need to take an early fight, force Chosen to be uncomfortable, force the Suzu, or eliminate the Suzu was out, and Sniper, she's still going, just slices across the objective on the Junker Queen. I mean, they've just been crazy on this map. Beautiful.
Specifically on bomb flats here, and wow, that is just going to get them right back into contention.
That was absolutely beautiful. Perfectly well executed from Sniper. Sniper knew the assignment and said, I'm going to get an A. That is exactly what Sniper did.
I'll give you a gold star.
Good noodle stars all around. Now the question is, I do too. But the question is here for Washington Timeless. Are they going to be successful in this next fight, considering they're going in at a disadvantage of 2 ultimates, almost 3 with Kindred almost online with the Rampage as well?
But Senna's ult doesn't matter unless Senna has anybody to shoot at, which thankfully, Drainers, they bought the space. Timeless respected the ultimate for the first time, so that still keeps them in the fight, but Yev's out here, catches Snowlar, slicing through these players like Fruit Ninja right now, and that is a big pick to start this one off, and Timeless, they just don't have that damage to rally behind, and they're going to give up the first.
Good to see you.
Both DPS ults from Drainers used. The beat was expunged from the side of Washington Timeless the previous fight. Made sense. They knew the opportunity. They took advantage. They also staggered them. That's the important key here. They used Senna to gain space, knowing that Washington Timeless probably didn't want to make the same mistake twice and peek and ulting Sojourn. And then we had Genji follow up with the Blade. Now, Timeless has the opportunity to do the exact same thing, but the issue is portals are online for Drainers, and if they pop them early, it could be a little bit rough because it could all be a bait and switch coming out for Washington Timeless now that Kitsune Rush is expunged.
And that's actually totally fine, especially with Orion
Whoa!
going down. How did that even happen, Orion? Where were you sitting where that had to happen? It looks like it was on the backside based on where Senna was positioning, but you just can't let these things happen. Oh.
Mistakes were made. They just have to be cleaned up. We do have Beat as well as Rampage coming out from Drainers, and they could combo those to make sure they can push out of this doorway and just force back Washington Timeless. However, Washington Timeless is going to pop the Kitsune Rush early, force back and claim a lot of space with Snozlar using the overclock.
Ooh. What perfect timing on that sound barrier too. The lane just give that little extra bit of health to the Drainers as they're trying to fight this one out. But Bud's on the opportunity, but Senna shuts her down. Big pick to try to solve this one out, but Drainers, they don't have the numbers here. It's a 2v4 and one that they are very unlikely to come out on top of. So as cool as the shutdowns were, the counterplay was present. But Timeless are still gonna have a say on this map.
I'm gonna keep it a buck though. Washington Timeless has to make up a lot of percentage points, and if they lose one fight here and they have to survive roughly 2, it's gonna be this point going over towards Team Drainers. Now, the one thing I will point out is Lane used that beat. I thought it was gonna get Ajaxed. I'm gonna be honest. Didn't get Ajaxed, sustained a little bit longer, but now doesn't have it. And we have Rampage and Beat coming up online for Timeless, and if they spend both, they could come out on top of this next fight and close out this Flashpoint.
I do think right now that Timeless Sniper has been so much better than Kindred when it comes to these rampages. So Sniper just goes in early with this. As soon as they see that Suzu, then this is done. This is just done.
There it is.
Suzu's out, and it goes. A Sniper catches 3 players, and just the 3 that you need. Washington Timeless, they're so good about baiting out these key moments for them to find the best success possible.
It is, honestly, it comes down to when you're fight planning, knowing what the enemy has, what is their win condition. In the back of your mind, you need to keep that there as a support. And one of the biggest things anyone can do in Overwatch is not showing all your cards in front of the enemy team, so to speak. And that is not putting your team, like, tell your team, I don't want to use Suzu early. Do not let them bunch up. Do not let them all get axed. Tell them, don't bunch up, because that's exactly what happened. All of them took an axe to the face, and Chosen had no choice but to drop the Suzu, opening the doorway for Sniper to use that Rampage.
And that's really going to start to show here. I mean, Drainers, they have the ultimate advantage, especially on a map like Refinery. You got to shut this one down. You can't lose this first fight, but the Kitsune Rush is just too powerful. The Fox just said, yep, goodbye. The rest of Drainers, but Kindred still decided to commit towards the tail end, picks up a triple kill. All right, Kindred, I see you, but you don't have the support to keep yourself up in this fight. As flashy as it was, I think she knows that this one is good as over.
The hero plays in organized competitive play, hero plays do not typically work out. I understood why Kindred looked for it. It was theoretically just numbers-wise successful, but to win the fight, it was not. It ended up being a 2v1, and that Lucio on top of JQ, good luck trying to kill that when you're a solo JQ.
Honestly, though, as cool as JQ is in terms of the way that she can sustain herself, you just don't win in matchups like that. And losing that fight, that's 50% basically on the board for Timeless right now. They're going to make it more, but no! The defense! Snozlar just took out her own teammate. Oh, that is going to hurt. One roughly cursing them out right about now, and I don't blame them because Drainers, they're essentially going to get this point for free.
It happens to everybody. It happens to everybody. It's always like the, okay, who shot the Genji? Or like, wow, I didn't know Genji got such an huge buff. When did he get a rail shot? You kind of just got to laugh it off. Going to this next fight, Timeless technically, by numbers, have an advantage with ultimates, but it's a matter of how they use them.
Yeah, they have the advantage, and Bun has not had a good time on this Dragon Blade, especially you know that Blade's just chilling on top of that sound barrier. You're not really going to want to pull that one out until you can get that up of your own. So I'm not even going to acknowledge Dragon Blade. I want to look at Sniper's ultimate. That Rampage has won basically every fight that it has been popped. So if Sniper can find the success on their ultimate, I think this can happen, and that does depend on Bun getting all of his cooldowns out. The Dragon Blade is just for show right now. Getting Senna is just a little cherry on top. You still have Sniper to be able to work with, and you can just hold on to it for next fight.
Not to mention, the Bun using Blade was most likely a bait to force out the Lucio beat. And hearing the Lucio beat go off, and of course the knee-jerk reaction from most Lucios, I'm going to say this was calculated though. You typically want a mirror beat about a second and a half afterwards. We exactly saw that happen. And now Sniper, even if Suzu is used, is able to go in with Rampage, will not have to worry about a sound barrier keeping the enemy team alive.
Not at all, and the important thing here is Sniper goes in deep. Look for the Rampage, doesn't hit anybody though. The Suzu is there to get all of that damage out. This point, if this goes the way of Timeless, this is game. That is map number 3 going their way, and Sniper already off to a good start. All the ultimates coming out of Dratus, but can it be enough? Gibbs and Lane picking up one apiece, but Timeless, they're still on the point. Snozlor is still on the point, and nobody can get there. What a genius move from Timeless to fight off of the objective, deny that space and the touch at the end. They are sitting on match point. They want that rematch against Rift, and they want it bad.
They do, and you mentioned it, pulling them off the point. I mean, Genji dove into the backline, said, you know, you're low, either you fight me here, or I pinch you off into my team if you touch the point. Either way, you are in checkmate. And it was very successful on the side of Washington Timeless. Congratulations to them, and moving on into our grand finals.
I mean, not just yet, though. They still have another map to be able to play. It has to be...
My math is bad.
You know what? We use words, right? We use words. Sometimes numbers just aren't it. Usually you're either a numbers or a words person. I think we're kind of both words people. Actually, I'm more of a numbers person, and words just kind of spill out of my mouth, and I hope I say something that's semi-coherent, and it ends up working out 95% of the time. But hey, we'll forget about that other 5% and actually give ourselves a little bit of break on those words and let you guys enjoy some of the wonderful moments that we've had throughout our series so far. So we'll see you just in a little bit. Map 4 is on the way.
Charge might be able to get a rail shot in on a squishy and delete them.
The more consistent hit scan DPS right now, and getting that advantage in there early, allowing Bun to just shred through the... Gets too aggressive out of the sightlines. If there's supports and trainers, they're going to be able to snowball that one. The Washington Timeless are too indecisive. They take on this point, and they're going to commit ult to do it. Yebs coming in on the other end, though, has to fight the kill onto the Lucio, but doesn't end up getting it. The rest of the team, though, playing off of the damage that, though, from Sniper. They did it first, and they're going to do it better. Washington Timeless not far behind at all. It's like they're hearing us speak, Nerdy Bird.
Side of Senna. And rotating onto the back platform, eliminating
into that with both the Kitsune and the Rampage. Here's Snozlor. I'm sitting, I'm waiting for something to come up with the kill feed, but it simply is not present.
They need to take an early fight. Force chosen to be uncomfortable. Force with Suzu.
Or eliminate went in. The Suzu was out. It's Sniper. She's still going. Just that still keeps them in the fight, but Yev's out here. Catches Snowlar. Slicing through these players.
There it is.
Suzu's out. And it goes. A Sniper catches 3 players, and just the 3 that you need. Washington Timeless, they're so good about baiting out these key moments. Raiders, they have the ultimate advantage, especially on a map like Refinery. You gotta shut this one down. She knows that this one is good as over.
The hero plays in
on the board for Timeless right now. They're gonna make it more, but no! The defense! Snozlor just took out her own teammate. Oh, here is Sniper. Goes in deep. Look for the Rampage. Doesn't hit anybody, though. The Suzu is Sniper already off to a good start. All the ultimates coming out of Dratus, but can it be enough? Gibbs and Lane picking up one apiece, but Timeless, they're still on the point. Snozlor is still on the point, and nobody can get there. What a genius move from Timeless.
Dove into the backline, said, you know, you're low, either you fight me here, or I pinch you off into my team if you touch the point. Either way, you are in checkmate. And it was very successful on the side of Washington Timeless.
Wow, what a third map that we just had, Nerdy Bird. And I think that we got to see this third map. Washington Timeless were the favorite heading into this series, and that map of Flashpoint, I think, was just the perfect display of why we really thought that. And we got to see Sniper, that main tank hero, at a lot of points, coming in, being that shot caller, being that in-game leader, getting their team up to this match point, despite going down in map number 1. They've really started to regain their momentum and put Strainers in a tricky position for map 4.
Well, Drainers are in a tricky position. I do agree with you. My only fear is the fact that we're going into a map type in general, and specifically the map they have chosen is a map that hit scans thrive on. And I mean, you pointed her out. We got to talk about her a little bit. Senna on Sojourn, a absolutely horrifying hit scan to face up against, one that you love to cheer for when they pop off. But if she finds, those opportunities and she feels like the confidence that she needs to here to pop off, it could be extremely deadly. And I'm just wondering how much we're going to be having to see a lot of bobbing and weaving and playing around corners from both teams, considering how oppressive these hit scan players can be, and capitalizing on when a player decides to peek too early or peeks for too long. It's ultimately going to be a deciding factor for at least claiming the bot for the first fight.
Yes, and claiming the bot for the first fight. Ooh, let me tell you, if you have not seen a competitive match on Colosseo, you are in for a treat. Or, well, maybe not a treat. I hope you like watching the Coliseum and watching it for about the first 5 minutes of gameplay, because that is where we will be fighting. This robot, specifically on this map, is just not a good first fight to win. If you come out on top, you're taking another one at the end of the Coliseum. You go back and forth for a while, but you're fighting in this exact same strip of land. And it takes these teams that come out with the strong starts on any push map. You get that momentum in your favor. It is an easy ride through towards the victory. You'd have to seriously do something wrong in order to lose after getting that first checkpoint on Colosseo specifically. So if Washington Timeless come out blazing like they were in the previous map, then they're in big trouble. Like, this could be it. This could be them going to the grand finals right now, Nerdy Bird. And Drainers, they need to give me a reason to believe that they can start that comeback. And I want it to be Senna. Senna was great on that first map. Senna was mid on the second and third map. I want to see Senna be great again. And I genuinely believe that this map is meant for her.
I feel like you're putting a lot of pressure on Senna, and I apologize
100%.
On behalf of the broadcast for the pressure that you are feeling, Senna. But with that being said, Tiny is 100% right. This long corridor that we have to stay, about half the map will probably see this long corridor where the bot starts. It is so narrow. It creates one sight line if people don't take flank angles. And the other thing is object permanence that I tend to see some Overwatch players lose. If one side decides, okay, we're not going to win just the frontline pressure, the hide-and-seek sniper game, let's actually start, creating opportunities for ourselves. Let's get more mobility and go for these flank angles, pull attention away from the front line, and then start moving in as that attention's being pulled.
Oh, no.
If one side recognizes there's someone flanking, and we see that they notice this player is, coming around the right side or is behind a corridor, and then they ignore it, and then someone gets killed, I'm going to question the object permanence of players all over again. Because it seems to happen too frequently in Overwatch.
On this map, too! I mean, there's so many little nooks and crannies you could just chill in the Coliseum part, and whoo, that gets a little messy. And what else is gonna get messy here is this Reinhardt. I just don't like it, all right? Kindred, she's great at Rein. That's not what's up for question. It's the actual hero selection. When you're playing into the Junker Queen of Sniper and you have the pressure from Snellslar and Bun, you just sit there and take damage. You don't do much, and it's a big problem for Drainers when they try to engage, or if they engage.
But the thing that they've changed here is that they brought in on Mei, and walling off a JQ when there's no one really that's able to then close that distance and get over the wall, you can eviscerate the front line that comes out from Washington Timeless. But you have to catch Sniper in a bad position, and Sniper plays to their own strength. Sniper recognizes, I'm going to be in a bad spot if I do this, and waits for the opportunities where it's safe.
Speaking of waiting, welcome to the waiting room, as I like to call Colosseo. And no, we have started the map, ladies and gentlemen. That is currently where we are at. we are starting the map of Colosseo. Nobody wants to make a move. It's been well over a minute at this point, and no final blows. Kindred hasn't gone in, and heck, we even seen the same thing from Sniper, and we're starting to get a little bit antsy out here, or at least I'm getting antsy. I want to see some action. I don't want to see these blows traded back and forth. There's not even any ultimates that are close to coming online. Somebody has to make the first move right now. And Nozzler wants to be that player. The immortality field is out, and down goes Chosen Raiders. They got aggressive. They walked in to Sniper, and that was a big mistake here. You're not going to win that battle up close, and Timeless, they're going to come out on top as a result.
Yeah, just as we start getting a little bit antsy, I think side of Drainers did as well, and honestly, that was a big mistake. It is a game of cat and mouse. It's a game of chicken. You need to wait it out, and you mentioned it looks like we're just passively waiting for ults to come online, and it kind of is in that long corridor for most of the times that I've seen Colosseo on broadcast. Yeah, you just gotta do, you know, the poke map, but unfortunately Drainers don't really have that poke without using ultimates.
No, they don't, but the advantage is you have Senna on the Bastion, who does insane amounts of damage output, which is a great start because you take away that mobility tool. The Mauler has been a huge part of Timeless's ability to take these fights, and they suddenly are on the back pedal here, moving as far back as they can, but oh no, Snozlar ends up getting caught out and will be taken down. Huge dagger pick from Drainers, and there's bound to be more to come, especially where you see this Lucio and Genji are located.
Wall riding to safety, as most Lucios do, giving their Genji a little bit of love and care. We hear Rampage, Sniper gets charged, Beat will get dropped and shatter.
Wow, that was just Sniper? No, Kindred is done. Done with Sniper right now, and yeah, you shut down the tank, but you didn't shut down Bun or Sazlar. That was 4 ultimates from Washington Timelets and 3 from the Drainers. It was a costly fight, but that one extra mile that you added with that Dragon Blade put them over the top.
Yeah, you have to pay. It's coining the ultimates. You lose someone, you pay an ult. The enemy team ults, you pay an ult to equalize. And Timeless recognized that one extra ult was what was needed. But the issue here is that we've got Senna now dropping the artillery strike, and we lose Snozlar before this full fight and engage has even started.
It's the second time Snozlar's gone down at first, and Drainers are really capitalizing off that. Snozlar is very gutsy when it comes to playing the DPS. They have confidence that they are better, which, sure, you can do that sometimes, but that doesn't mean Senna and Yevs aren't going to punish you for it.
You have to properly execute it, and execute it at the right times, is what we're saying here from broadcasts. We do see Chosen early engage with the amplification matrix.
Amper Matrix is out, but the high ground is easily in control of Washington Timeless, and this is why we are in the Coliseum for so long, is you can't sit on those high grounds forever and just take a beating from above, and Snozlar gets shot through the robot. That is disgusting. Yep, certainly isn't happy about that one. Neither is the rest of their team going to be a happy, smiley place, as the shield only does so much, Kindred. The rest of your team has to reset.
The tragedy of playing Reinhardt into this JQ and into a handful of other tanks is when it is just you and someone else, your only option is to sit there and hold shield and pray that the heal differential and the health differential is enough that your other DPS comes out on top of that 2v1, but you're bleeding all over the place and your only source of comfort is your shield that is slowly breaking. Kindred, I just want to see that JQ mirror matchup again.
The Reinhardt isn't it. It really is not it. And Kindred is forcing it so hard, and their team is taking a beating, just getting walked on as a result, and they don't have the ultimates to really tempo this Dragon Blade. Bun should know that heading in and has to be careful of how they're playing out. I mean, the support pouring in for Sniper is unmatched because Kindred just requires so much more of it because of the heroes that they're playing, and it's just Timeless. They have the better comp here, and Drainers are struggling to catch up because of it.
Whoa, ooh, Shatter goes down though, picks up two of them.
It's something for Drainers. I mean, this is a staggered out fight. It buys time off the clock, which with Washington Timeless currently in that lead, those about, what is that? Okay, never mind, I'm not a numbers person. About 18 meters here that we're looking at? Nope, not even close. But we're gonna leave it at that. The Timeless have over the heads of Drainers.
They also were extremely close to getting that checkpoint. And when that Shatter went down from Kindred, 2 dropped, but Bun also picked up 2 out of our line of sight, so it equalized. It just happened to be that Bun and the Mauler decided, hey, we're in a 2v3, they have closer spawns, let's back off. Works out, Now they actually have that high ground positioning and have the opportunity to create an advantage. We hear Ant Matrix early from Chosen.
Ant Matrix is really early, but it doesn't save the player at all, and there's no support remaining. And the nice thing about it is Washington Timeless, they don't have to invest anything into this fight at all, and that is going to hurt Drainer's ultimate economy as it continues to progress.
Well, the issue, like, yes, ulting first is fine. Ulting early, it's a hit or miss. The issue was the positioning of that Ant Matrix. It was on the left side high ground, almost flat to where Timeless was positioned. And to get value from that, you want to have one or two people of your team in front of you and the enemies. You double down on damage and healing, and it just was not there for Chosen.
No, and this is why the Drainers, they need to take an advantage here because Snozlar, guess what, is in your backline, firing away with this overclock. Why would Drainers, they just let the high ground go over to Washington Timeless's DPS, and that is what happening. Washington Timeless, they had the positioning, they had the height, and Drainers could do nothing about it.
Right now, Washington Timeless getting very close to the first checkpoint. We are now at the sub 3 minute mark, which means we're halfway through, no checkpoints claimed. There's Ant Matrix to keep our front line alive for Sniper. And unfortunately, Drainer's just forced to back up.
Yeah. They back up, but they give up that point. And like I said before, you lose the point on Colosseo map, you are now favored 80% in favor of that forward team of coming out on top right now with only 2 minutes to turn this around. This is not an easy task for Drainers. They have to do something to start turning the tides, and it's a Dragon Blade from Senna just to grab one, a hero I don't see her on too often at all, and even if they have control of the robots, they don't have control of the fight at all, Dirty Bird.
They don't, and it's a balancing act, a very fine one to decide what you want to do. And right now, Lucio has decided to take the bot on a journey, at least try to get it to the halfway point, get rid of those forward spawns. It lasts for a little bit, will give Drainers some time here to reconvene, get closer, but they did not get rid of those forward spawns. And that is what's going to play in favor of Washington Timeless right now, especially they have Genji Blade, but Chosen has Amp, so maybe they'll delete Bun in this blade with the Ant Matrix. We'll have to see.
I don't know if you want to say that, but because Bun has been deleted several times by Chosen specifically when this Dragon Blade has been popped, so not the best track record going forwards with this ultimate. I mean, you have to combo it up with Snozlar here just to try to get some of this chip damage. The M-Matrix is used defensively as a zoning tool, as a matter of fact, and he needs to be careful with how they're playing. I mean, that's the aggression that Snozlar has. I would dare say an ego, that this just the confidence that Snozlar is able to play with here to bait the players back into their position. Yeah, they trade out their life for it, but against Drainers away from the robot, they can't make that progress, and with a minute remaining, they have a mountain to climb.
It's not impossible. We've seen teams overcome these Herculean tasks before, and they soft reset here. That takes some discipline and understanding of where the enemy team is at, and if you have the advantage enough to do so. The issue, again, I gotta point out, Snozlar on this high ground. There is nothing that can be done against Snozlar without giving up, well, honestly, putting yourself in a bad position, unless Senna can get some nice damage from the low ground, having swapped over to Cassidy.
That's all you can do at this time, and you can't peek the high ground. Orion's got a nice little Ant Matrix up there, and unless you want a first-class ticket back to spawn, you better be keeping your heads protected down under the cover of the Coliseum, and this robot's not going to move. Its last final fight here, and the Sniper has the win condition. Everybody hit with that ultimate lean. South Barrier only does so much here, but Sniper walked back into the Blizzard, needs to be careful of how they play moving forward. Support traded out blow for blow, and Washington Timeless, they are the ones in control of the robot, in control of the series. They want that rematch, and they are going to go ahead and get it. It is the Washington Timeless team moving on to the grand finals.
Okay, so we know Timeless has made it forward, but we do have to focus on Drainers a little bit here and give them some props and kudos. Okay, after we see Snozlar's play of the game, we'll see this first. Watch the moment. Yeah, this is kind of what I figured would be the play of the game. Nicely done, well executed. Controlling high ground's definitely a strong point, especially on Colosseo. Gotta make sure you understand positioning. But Drainers, you made it really far. You did well. You still are gonna walk away with a little bit of money, some circuit points, and knowing that you made it this far just means that next time you can go even farther. You have a benchmark now. It just got to keep improving. At the end of the day, there was just a slight Timeless had one thing that they executed differently than you did. And unfortunately, as much as we dogged on it, I think it really did come down to compositions and setting them up early and understanding win conditions for those comps. And hopefully next time they rectify the situation and come out even stronger.
The compositions that you bring up, and Drainers, there are a bunch of experienced competitors here. I mean, they know what they're doing. They know how to play the game. That isn't the question. It kind of came down to is forcing this Reinhardt. I mean, Kindred was just getting beaten up out there, and you can have the best support players in the world to try to keep this Reinhardt up and going, and it just does not work out into players like Sniper, like Snozzler that are continuously applying that pressure. And Timeless, in the end, they have a clear idea of how to play in this meta, of what to play in this meta, and that is going to get them that victory 3-1 over the Drainers. And it sets such a confident tone too heading into that grand finals, especially knowing how their last meeting with the Valiant Guardians ended up going.
Well, hopefully they come hungry. Both teams better come hungry for victory, because we need to see everyone pull out every stop. I want to see almost borderline. I know this is putting a lot of pressure on people, and it's not going to happen. But imagine almost a perfect gameplay coming out from these teams. Minimal mistakes. I mean, Timeless, they goofed up sometimes, but they pulled through. They got it together, especially after that pause when they lost first point on New Junk City. You could see the gears started firing. Greece was there. They were all ready to go and locked in and focused on getting that victory. We just need to see that carry over. The one thing is, yeah, you're warmed up, but are you going to get tired now as we go into the next best of 5? Because unfortunately for them, being warm but having to play almost a full 5-game series can be a little bit of a disadvantage, because you do get a little bit gassed.
You certainly do, and I mean, Washington Timeless, they'll have a little bit of time, that's kind of funny, to be able to just reevaluate, go over that last series, what worked, what didn't, and how can they push that forwards. I mean, Drainers, they're not a bad team, but Valiant Guardians, that is a whole nother beast that you have to worry about conquering, and in that amount of time, we actually get a little bit of insight on that, which is arguably one of my favorite parts of the broadcast, of talking to a player from the Washington Timeless team. So we're going to go ahead, get an interview set up for you, and see you back here in just a couple of minutes. And we are back with the Calling All Heroes Unite Minor 2 broadcast. We've wrapped up our losers finals, and Washington Timeless have booked their ticket into the Grands, facing up against the Valiant Guardians. Quite a task ahead of them to be able to come away with a championship. But before we get there, we have the lovely opportunity to hear from one of the coaches for the Washington Timeless team, Infected, a well-known player within the community as well. And having to coach such a team for really a stacked one, as a matter of fact, for Washington Timeless heading into the Calling All Heroes minor. I really want to know just kind of what are the vibes right now? What were really the expectations heading into this match?
I mean, we expected to win like we always do because we're the damn goats. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we had a good warm up. Everyone was chill. We're all still chill now. I mean, we got to be happy that we won. I hope we are. And we're gonna win the whole thing because we're awesome.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so coming in with such confidence is great, but then I have to ask, if you're so confident that your team's gonna win, what the heck happened on control point? Ilios, you guys did great on well, and then things just started to fall apart. And you even mentioned before we started this interview, you helped your team warm up. So were they just were they not locked in for control, or is control just kind of your guys' weak point?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that they chose map. And we just didn't practice Ilios, so I mean, we'll just give them a free map. I'm fine with that, as long as we just win the others, which we did. It was close. We like I don't think we've ever played it, so that's fine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're good. They're Kindred's awesome. I love Kindred. They're awesome.
I think we all love Kindred. If you don't like Kindred, then I don't like you. That's kind of how it goes. So everyone's a Kindred fan out here, and I think we're all Washington Timeless fans at this point. You guys taking on the undefeated Valiant Guardians right now, heading into the grand finals. You played them once yesterday, knocked you down to the losers 3-1. I mean, you kind of got to see how they played before, and, was there any preparations that have gone into place for this match? I mean, obviously assuming you expected to be there.
Yeah, I mean, we always expected to be here. I think the preparations that we're just going to take into it is just figure out what mistakes we had when we lost against them and just fix them and just play better than we did. I mean, I trust my team to absolutely demolish them in grand finals. So.
All right,
Yeah.
That is some confidence coming out from the coach of Washington Timeless. And I really hope that your team is here to witness this as well, to know that you have the faith in them, that you believe that they have that skill to take down the Valiant Guardians. And those maps, they were close. I can totally see it happening too. And we're just going to have to go ahead, wait and see. I'm sure you have a couple words for your team before they get ready for that grand finals match. So, Infected, it was great to have you here on the broadcast with us just to get a little bit of insight what's going on behind the scenes. We're going to let you go, get back to your team, get that coaching done and set because we have a grand finals match ahead. Be sure to stick around because the championship of it all is coming up right after this. This is it. This is the moment where a champion is going to be crowned for the Calling All Heroes Unite Minor 2. Nerdy Bird, we have seen teams pop off. We have seen teams get dumped back off into those lower brackets and have gotten down to the final 2 squads here today. Washington Timeless will be taking on the undefeated Valiant Guardians right now. This is the matchup that I think we all anticipated heading into the latter parts of this bracket, and I am so glad that we get to see it here on broadcast.
I mean, I'm excited, and in honesty, I'm with you on most of us anticipated this, and you're a numbers person. If you just solely looked at the numbers, you would anticipate this, at least probably by day 2 of our Swiss rounds, that this was most likely going to be the final matchup. But yet, we're going to lay into the fact that we do have the Valiant Guardians as undefeated, but if you are the players for Washington Timeless or the players for the Valiant Guardians right now, you cannot let that get in your head. If you get too confident in yourself and you get too cocky and you get punished, that becomes a problem. If you let the fear of the fact that this team has defeated you once and they could do it again overcome your confidence, that can spell disaster for your team as well. So you just got to focus up, focus on the challenge in front of you. And right now that is taking it fight by fight to come out on top of these maps that we're going to be, I believe we mentioned, that was mentioned that they are doing more of a draft for the maps, but I'm not positive on that. But either way, I want to see Washington Timeless, at least in this grand final, be more successful on a control and hopefully not go Ilios first after what Infected told us.
Oh, man. That's the funny thing about that is that was Washington Timeless's map pick, to be totally frank with you. So please, I mean, they don't have the map pick here. The higher seed is the Valiant Guardians because they came in undefeated through that Swiss stage, and we'll get a look here at that bracket, how dominant that they've managed to be. Look at that, 2-0, 3-0. The only team that has managed to take the map off of them in the 2 different occasions they have met has been Washington Timeless. They have 2 maps total off of them anytime that they have played. And yes, I see a 3-1 scroll, and you're like, okay, maybe Washington Timeless was really good in one spot, but then the Valiant were just better in the other. No, that was not the case at all. Every single one of those 4 maps was down to the wire. It would hit overtime. They were so close anytime that these 2 teams met. And the one thing that we kind of have to mention here is Washington Timeless. They're in for the revenge game right now. They made the gods bleed here. They took that map off. No one else has been able to accomplish it. And here they are again, meeting for the 3rd time in this Minor 2 circuit, which really just puts everything out for them, laid as a red carpet, essentially, for them to walk down, meet the opponents waiting for them at the end.
Okay, so I know that we always call it, the lower bracket, but in situations like this is why I typically like to refer to it as the redemption bracket, because right now, Washington Timeless has been on their redemption arc. This is their opportunity to come back and actually topple the giants, their Goliath, so to speak, that is the Valiant Guardians. The question is, will they be able to do that? Will they be able to execute everything that they want to in these maps? Or is Valiant just going to keep doing what they've been doing and staying, on the high ground, so to speak, and walking through these games as though it's nothing? Yes, we can talk about like what they're doing is nothing, but of course, when you're actually playing, it's a lot harder to do. It's easier said than done, as our parents would like to tell us. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to skill, trust and faith in your teammates, and understanding win conditions, playing to your advantages, and keeping those advantages. Regardless of who comes out on top, the ones that execute that the best are going to be victorious.
And I think that compared to our last series, Washington Timeless were the team that we recognize that, okay, when Sniper is in on the tank, which I am very glad that they are returning in for this first control map, there is some serious cohesion that ends up happening between all 5 members of this roster, and that is the reason they take these maps to the distance. They make them close because they're able to play together. They have those communications that are just laid out in place. You can see them just unfolding in front of you, and it's so beautiful to be able to see that Timeless, with the coaches that they have, with the in-game leaders that they have their access to, that they use all of those resources and put them out to their advantage. But that isn't to say that the Valiant Guardians do the exact same thing, and you can't say, if not better, if the past has told us anything with their current record.
Yeah, and when we spoke to Valiant Guardians on day 1, Moving Fish came in very similar style to Infected and just said, I trust my team. I know we're going to win. Every map we went into, I had the confidence in my teammates that I needed to. And, ultimately, it's been working. The confidence play, dropping that trap card down and just being like, go for it. Be ready for what I'll pull out afterwards. type deal has been working for them. Now the question is has Timeless made enough adjustments to, counter the play that's coming out from the Valiant Guardians? Because based off of just compositions alone, favored picks, both these teams do actually favor very similar heroes, very similar matchups. And if you're playing the mirror comp, it really comes down to capitalizing on mistakes. And that means if you want to do that, you need to play borderline perfectly.
Mm-hmm. That's something that I think Washington Timeless, that last series, they did end up winning. But I don't think that those were the best maps that I've seen them play this tournament, to be totally honest with you. Some of those maps were played against the Valiant Guardians, and those 4 maps that just occurred serve as a warm-up for this series. They are being put at end's limit here to have the mental capacity and rather almost sanity to a point to continue to put out this high level of competitive play, which easily more said than done. And you just can't acknowledge that enough. And the way that Timeless have all of this laid out in front of them, where they're easily the underdogs coming into this series, right? And Valiant Guardians, they're the team to beat. They have been this entire time. And no matter how many times we touch on it, Timeless, they hear it. They know that we say it. And it's just more fuel to the fire that they want to prove everybody wrong, that they can be that team to take down the Titans.
I mean, despite the stumbles that we saw in the series before this coming out from Timeless, they definitely cleaned up and demonstrated that they are hungry for this opportunity to go against the Valiant Guardians. They have this opportunity now, but the question all comes down to who is actually going to prove themselves in this moment and walk away with that first place position or the second place. End of the day, getting first or second, no shame whatsoever, but everyone has that instance of, the silver medal syndrome of, I didn't get first, therefore I was not successful. The end of the day, hopefully they recognize, regardless of the outcome, being in this spot, in this position alone, demonstrates the skill and prowess and respect that all of these players deserve. And hopefully they play not only to be successful, but they play to have fun and walk away knowing that they tried their best by the time this entire series wraps up.
The bar of competition, it's way up here. It's probably way up there, but I'm short. I can't reach it quite yet. And these players, they can. And they're able to play to that. They stretch themselves to new heights just to try to match what their opponent is doing. And, this really is going to be a test for Washington Timeless as well. Control has been their weak point so far in any game that we've seen them. And, of course, that's where we end up starting. It's not their map pick, and it's not Ilios. So maybe they have a chance coming into this one, and it does kind of leave me optimistic. Seeing Sniper being on that starting roster card makes me think that if you have this extra level of comms coming in, I think that they can be able to pull this one up. The one thing that Sniper sacrifices compared to Sawhill is just straightforward, walks in, there's no turning back. And either that plays out super well for the team, or it leaves everybody else in the dust and they just get walked on. So there's 2 very contrasting styles that we end up seeing just in terms of those tank plays, which I actually do confirm Sawhill will be in for the map of Oasis, which I need to keep an eye on what they are doing and how they're playing the tank, ideally that Junker Queen in terms of the positioning.
Hopefully Sawhill is still warm, because we did see Sawhill during the previous series on Control and then was subbed out. And you mentioned it, Sawhill is a very much so, I am your front line and I am giving you the space you need, undeterred by anything thrown at Sawhill, at the JQ. It's crazy, it's scary. It also gives supports heart attacks, but we'll have to see how well this works out as we drop down those spawn doors.
I mean, hey, thankfully for Sawhill, Control is a map type where you can just go, hey, I'm going to make space, team. You can take it or you can leave it. I'm going to take space. And especially on Control, you look at this mega pack by the bounce pad on City Center. This is where you need to take the space. You need to have control of that health area, ideally control of that high ground, which Timeless, they cannot get up to. They're getting beaten back just a little bit, but Sawhill, that's what I'm seeing. The overextension doesn't have that proper support because HK is just slicing and dicing, starts it off with a quad. Can they give them the ace? Let's go ahead and see. Come on, give it to her. No, moving fish, that's just mean.
That was a little bit mean, but it's just like in Valorant, it's like, who stole my ace? You laugh it off, you keep going. Respect, though, I cannot believe Genji got that much value first fight. Bun also on Genji picked up 2. Just wasn't enough as we engage here. Fight number 2 already on point. Valiant Guardians backed up, gave up an immense amount of space over to Washington Timeless.
and they're okay with that. They're waiting for those cooldowns to be expended so that they can take the more favorable fight at the end. There it is. Commanding shout on forwards. Moving Fish sees that little window of vulnerability. Doesn't get the capitalization off it though. The one thing that Valiant Guardians have here is that superior ultimate economy. You look at Moving Fish is significantly ahead of where Sawhill currently stands in terms of that rampage, along with other areas. The longer this goes, the better it is for the Guardians, and they want to close it out quickly, and they're going to have to, especially not having a tank to be in front, beating you in, and that really gives Sawhill an ultimatum of whether they want to push into that Kitsune Retro, which they ended up not doing so. More percentage going the way of Valiant Guardians. It's enough time for their tank to get back. Timeless took too long, but shutting down the Dragon Blade gets them those precious seconds just back. It's an expensive battle on both sides, and arguably, Valiant Guardians here, they've managed to regroup, and they can still poke and prod from the ins and outs of this objective, and they see Sawhill getting vulnerable, has to back away, and 70%, we're nearing that final fight territory, and Timeless are yet to make a decision. It has to be now in order to do it, but the Rampage traded back and forth with the sound barriers out. Sawhill with the later one. Does it get much? Yes, it does. Timeless took so long to win that fight. Valiant Guardians able to get it to a one-battle territory to turn it around.
The thing about both of these compositions is, Genji is the squishiest just because of the way Genji's kit works. The name of the game is the opportunity to sustain and play for the long fight, and you just saw that. Like,
oh yeah,
losing your front line, most teams are like, we gotta back off. However, Valiant said, no, we're not backing off. I am going to equalize using an ult. They did that. Then they pulled out another late ult.
No,
Bun, unfortunately, is going to get punished by H-Key, and H-Key's then going to go in and pick up 2 more on top of that with the assist from Moving Fish. But the sustain that these comps allow for means you need to punish the bad positioning very quickly, and unfortunately Sawhill is going to have to swap over to the Doomfist to even have a glimmer of hope to get onto this point and set this side for Washington Timeless up for success.
I mean, how much hope do you have when you have X10 on the high ground, HK on the point, who's just killing everything? Washington Timeless are falling one by one to HK's hit list that they have on this Genji. I mean, she is carrying this fight for the Valiant Guardians, and that is saying something with the amount of talent on that roster. Washington Timeless did not stand a chance with how good HK looked on City Center.
I mean, when a Genji out the gate in neutral fight, we're going to ignore Moving Fish stealing the last kill and say that HK got it. Getting a 5K, you know something needs to change. Adjustments need to be made, and unfortunately, the adjustments came too late. The mirror matchup, if the Genji is that oppressive, you have to change things around that fact. And unfortunately, the way it worked out was there was a ult disparity. You even pointed it out. The JQ ult disparity of over 30%, that Rampage opens up the doorway for so much sustainability and just absolute demolishing and steamrolling of the enemy team when they get antied.
This is going to be a reoccurring thing, too. I mean, you need to have the speed, that initiated power, and Valiant Guardians, HK is just turning up to 11 right now. I mean, look where she's positioned right now. She has no fear. She knows that Timeless have been unable to counter her so far. So she gets aggressive. She gets her tank in a spot to capitalize on it. And Timeless, they ignore Snozlar though. And that is a big, big mistake, which they are certainly paying for right now. And Snozlar, as we saw from our last series, has just the ability to go burr on the Soldier, picking up a triple kill. This is a comeback from Timeless.
Fabulous adjustment made by Timeless was to stop looking at the front line, stop allowing this JQ to get value simply by pulling our attention. Let's look at the squishies. Engage a little bit slower, force cooldowns, then go after them. They managed to get H-Key, X10 right away, and then followed up on Halo. Now they have Valiant Guardians on the back foot. The point flipped because they gave up so much space.
They gave up the space, and like, you let X10 have that angle, and you cannot let X10 have that angle, Washington Timeless. I don't really know what else to tell you other than that. If you give Valiant Guardians any room to work, they're gonna make you pay for it.
It's if you give a mouse a cookie button, Overwatch, so to speak. And you get greedy. It's playing to the advantage. If you're going to serve up to a team the space without a plan to make a trap, you're gonna get punished. And that's what we see happening. Sawhill, though, engages, uses all cooldowns, trying to force Moving Fish on the back foot, and it does not work out. However, DPS come in, using that space.
I love that play that we just saw. The Valiant Guardians were split. They sent Snozlar and Bun up to the high ground to deal with the DPS, left Sawhill on the low ground to deal with the tank, and that split focus cost the DPS players their lives, and they got the point as a result.
Going into this next fight, both Rampages are online. DPS ults a little bit favoring the side of Washington Timeless, depending on how long this engage takes. What's really going to be the deciding factor, I believe, is going to be these portals engaging and the counter Kitsune Rush on both sides. We are equal. Who is going to pay the extra mile to come out on top of this fight? It looks right now like it's Snozlar with that overclock.
Snozlar certainly invested the extra mile. And Washington Timeless, they still have plenty of tools in the bank to work with. And like you mentioned, these sound barriers are going to be the deciding factor here. Do you use it to counter that Dragon Blade, or do you use it to help with the Rampage? And it's a big decision to make for both the Mauler and Halo. And it's going to be the one to define this battle. But if the Mauler's down, you don't get the sound barrier at all. So Valiant Guardians have an advantage here to be able to close it out, but Washington Timeless still are finding those eliminations, and they got to be able to turn it around, because this is getting closer and closer to that final play, especially with how these players are regrouping. Bun wants this fight bad to go their way, but all of the cooldowns forced out. No value to be gained from such a large ultimate, and it forces the rest of Timeless to continue to throw everything they have into this battle, and it is totally worth it here in the end. They're buying the time, nearing that 99% to completion. Valiant Guardians, they're struggling to get back onto that objective, get some firm progress while they get the flip. Timeless aren't far behind.
During that last fight, we saw the Mauler go down, but so much was given by Valiant for that elimination that both DPS from the side of Valiant Guardians just fell. But the Mauler again, down inside the hookah, followed up by Bun. Moving Fish is just going through and eviscerating everyone, falling like dominoes.
This is brutal right now. I mean, Moving Fish is just controlling the entire tempo of the game. I mean, Sawhill for the first time is forced to back up, which is completely new concept to them.
They've backed up, resetting. Washington Timeless coming into this next fight. They'll have Overclock and Kitsune Rush. The side of Valiant Guardians will also have Kitsune Rush, but the closest ult after that is going to be Beat or Blade. And right now, with Timeless instigating with this Kitsune Rush down into hookah, they're putting themselves at the advantage.
Oh, they're going to get them up there, but Snozlar's on the high ground. Grabs one, grabs two. Oh, the dominance from the Sojourn player on the side of Timeless gets too aggressive in the end, but the damage was certainly dealt and felt. The Valiant Guardians need to rally behind Moving Fish to make something happen, but the supports are being pulled out from under them. Bun finding their rhythm finally at the tail end of the Gardens for Washington Timeless to tie it up. Hopefully.
I think Sawhill right now, the very forward heavy playstyle is working out. It's attempting to be punished, but it's allowing the DPS for Washington Timeless to then use the lack of focus on them to eliminate the Valiant Guardians DPS. And similar to how we had map 1, but this time it was Moving Fish forced on Doomfist trying to make contact with the point. Unsuccessful. We're tied, one aside. It all comes down to City Center. Well, apologies, to University.
Hey, all good. A lot of these there's a lot of beige going on here, so I totally get it. Beige is a color that tends to blend, and University is a map that tends to lean towards a brawl, and this is where the one time that I am okay with running the Reinhardt is here. This is the only time that I am okay with it, but the Ramatra is something new if this actually ends up being stick. But knowing Moving Fish, this is one of their stronger heroes, but just not one we've seen yet on cast.
I enjoy some Ramatra gameplay. Annihilation, when facilitated with a Lucio, can be absolutely deadly. The issue comes into play with the fact that we got Mirror Bastion, so Ramatra has to play very safely using that Nemesis Horn.
Or Ramatra has to play safely. I mean, you can say the same thing for Sawhill. I mean, they didn't even get a chance to put the shield down in that fight. Just with the relentless boom, boom of the pummels that Moving Fish was chucking in. And this is the Valiant Guardians. They're going to get that first percentage.
The difference maker, as you brought it up, I can't put my shield down. Ramatra, you're in Nem form, you put a block, you come back out of it, you give a couple of punches, put block back up. You live for so long with a Baptiste, and that is exactly what the Valiant Guardians were playing for. And then just letting HK get full beam charge and go delete people, but unfortunately, a little overzealous during this engage.
Yep, you just don't walk into the same room as a giant German man with a hammer, people. I don't really know what to tell you. HK thought they could handle it, but I'm sorry, Symmetra just gets smacked down into a pulp. And it gives Washington Timeless this space to work with, and they still have players that they're fighting. They have to be able to close it out, and they don't have a tank right now either.
They are going to be forced back. We got Snozzler using the aerial strike to try and force out some early cooldowns.
No way
possibly.
that gets Halo.
What?
Oh, that's
I'm
bad.
so sorry, Halo. That's unfortunate. And now it looks like Washington Timeless is trying to just push forward to force out cooldowns and then disengage and meet back up with their Lucio. We'll see if it works out. They have done enough to force back the Valiant Guardians for a moment because Moving Fish was sub 50% health.
Yeah, you have a little bit of window of opportunity to work with, but all of this damage in a condensed area, that's the one time Sawhill is going to be favored here, especially with that Earth Shatter on line, zoned out a little bit because of the Ramattra ultimate, and ends up losing their life for it. The sustain you have on the Ramattra is just so much better than what you get from the good old German Crusader, and Timeless are being exploited for that exact fact. That's the reason that they're losing these fights.
And we are posted up, tied roughly as far as percentage points go. Valiant Guardians catching up, will surpass the side of Washington Timeless by the time this engage starts. We have Amori coming up with this window and beat for the side of Valiant. Bull support ult's online.
No. Ryan, you do not do that.
The only ult that's online is bad for Washington, but you dropped your shield!
That wasn't even Sawhill, that was Orion jumping over the shield. Sawhill couldn't do anything, even if they wanted to protect the Baptiste. Orion just jumped in front of our Amori like, oh, she's not gonna hit me. Oh yeah, buddy, she's gonna hit you.
I get it. When you play Baptiste, you have the luxury of being a support hero that does a lot of damage. But yeah, you gotta unbind that space key a little bit. Don't just hop around. Don't jump in front of your Reinhardt. Uh-oh. I thought we were about to see a horrible accident.
I totally thought we were too, but Halo was not in a position to be able to just bat everyone off the map. So Washington Timeless successfully make the rotation, but they're yet to make that decisive move. They want to take the fight in the small room, but the Ant Matrix denying that space, and they can't peek in front of HK and X10, just spamming through that window. We wanted to see it from Ara Mori, and she has delivered that so far. And this is just beautiful for the Valiant Guardians right now.
Funny enough, you and I mentioned don't go in a tiny room with a German man. German man gave up the tiny room and then tried to go in, and closing that distance by yourself as a Reinhardt, you get turned into Swiss cheese by a Bastion. That's exactly what happened. You either gotta lock it down and stay there and tell your team to cover the point, or you gotta be with your team and out-rotate the enemy. And it looks like HK's gonna get play the game. Is this the first engage? I think it is.
Yeah, it's the first. No. Is
oh,
it?
wait, no.
No. Okay, HK had so many moments during, especially City Center though, where they just simply popped off. I mean, I guarantee you, when we head into the replays of this map, it's gonna be an HK highlight reel, is what we're about to watch.
Yeah, HK can just, clip the broadcast and put that on Twitter, on X as their highlight reel and be like, yeah, this is my highlight reel. But with that being said, this doesn't seem like it's something that's unfamiliar for Washington Timeless. I mean, yeah, Oasis, well, we're gonna mulligan that a little bit, but their success has not strongly been on control. It has been with the ability to force Numbani as the second map. Now the question is, are they going to be able to, keep the success that they've had on Numbani going forward? We can take a look at some more of these highlights coming out from this last series. And as Tiny mentioned, a lot of it's probably going to be HK, but we've got some from Snozzler popping off on the Sojourn, as well as some from Moving Fish on that JQ. And you can see this, the kill feed. It's not just a one-person show. It's a team effort. It's a team-based game at the end of the day. So even if you are, so to speak, the MVP of the broadcast, you still need to be sure that your teammates are finding as much value as possible.
I think that's something interesting that we've seen about the fights that have taken place so far is it's usually one-sided. Like, whoever gets that first elimination typically closes out the fight. And that's something, it's clean. That's essentially what it comes down to, is that the players, they're able to just recognize, all right, we have an advantage, we need to rush in, we need to close it out now before they can react. And that is the level of competition that they're playing on. These fights aren't getting as scrappy, down and dirty as we've seen in some of our previous matches. I mean, these are the top 2 teams. They're in the grand finals for a reason, whether it's because the H key over here or just some other crazy pop-off moments that we've seen. I mean, these are the top 2 squads, and it's really going to take a lot of effort from Washington Timeless right now to continue this comeback, and thankfully, their favorite map is just ahead of us.
Let's hope it remains their favorite map, because we've seen Valiant Guardians very successful as well on Numbani. And truth be told, as this entire map progressed, when we got off of the first control into the second and third, things started to equalize a heck of a lot more. There was recognition of patterns, recognition of favored positions and playstyles coming out from both teams, and they were starting to capitalize on that. We saw a lot more just demolishing of DPS before support started falling, coming out from both sides, just taking angles and being confident in what they were doing. But that elimination on that Reinhardt was a little painful to witness from X10 onto Sawhill. It's just the name of the game. You're the last player standing. It was time for you to go back to spawn with the rest of your team and just it's regrouping in the fastest way possible.
The pain of a tank player. I feel ya. I feel ya out there. And you know, we've seen quite a decent amount of variety in terms of the tank, but the JQ has been the long-standing favorite. I mean, Orisa, still very relevant at this stage, but the Junker Queen is just favorite. I mean, you look how good Sniper and Sawhill are on her, especially, and can't forget Moving Fish in this equation either. So you look at the map ahead, we know what it's going to be. I don't even have to tell you at this point, if you've listened to even a minute of this broadcast so far, and, you know, you have the map pick in your favor, Timeless. You know what you're going to do. You know where you're going to go. And we're going to get Sniper back into the equation, which I do think is going to affect the outcome, what we're actually going to gain in terms of Washington Timeless's performance.
I mean, Sniper was a very oppressive force on defense and offense. I mean, defense, they did lose the objective, but they immediately rallied, claimed the first corner, and the payload did not move. On attack, there was no S key. It was as though it was yoinked out of their keyboards, and they were just hitting W, pressing the advantage, constantly finding those stagger eliminations to just keep that fight going further and further back to the last spawn. And I mean, the Lucio player, of course, you're not there because your job is to be your resident shopper, chilling out on the cart. We're watching a fight happening at the end of the tunnel towards third point, and the objective's capped because Lucio's just chilling out there.
You know what? That's just your job. You just need to be the payload princess sometimes, which in the case, that is your support's role. And as fun as that seems, just to sit there and watch your team do everything, it is a very important job when it all gets set and done.
Halo.
We'll be Washington Timeless on the attack. Maybe they're just trolling. Maybe they're not just trolling. No, we're still walking. She's still walking.
They're going.
Uh-oh. Is it an uh-oh, though?
You know what? I think you and I cannot question it. This is the grand finals.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They know what they're doing.
Us. Yeah, exactly.
Or they're like, let's do a funny.
Halo seems like the kind of player, though, that would just be like, hey, I'm going to do a funny, and it's going to be cool. But I do also think that Valiant Guardians do have a legitimate plan. Doomfist and Lifeweaver work together incredibly well. If Moving Fish gets in there, it's like, uh-oh, I'm not going to be able to get out of this. You got to go yoink back. Get back here from Halo, just like a little slap on the wrist. Like, hey, I'll protect you this time, but you got to be careful next one.
Yes, you make a very fair point. It's just you really got to make sure that that grip lands on the right person and that you're calling for it before it's too late if you are the Doomfist players. We see the TP go up. Oh, it was pseudo taken? Oh, okay. They didn't go to high ground. They baited.
I don't hate this rotation. You want to play on the low ground because players like HK and Moving Fish can easily access it anyways, which makes sense. And I wouldn't be shocked if they just pull another teleporter out either. And look, they're just walking around the up top. They need to get Aramori and Halo out of position. Aramori knows. She's like, uh-oh. I hear them. Here's all the footsteps coming. They're like, uh-oh. There they are. I got to start to book it out of here. And while you have the little bit of healing, that Bionade slows them down a lot. That is going to be a big issue for Timeless right now. They need to make a move happen before it goes through. There's the grip coming in, but no, it's up there for Moving Fish. Oh, gets left went out high and dry. Had to pick favorites in the end. It was Aramori, but no tank. Timeless, this is their window.
Okay, but Doomfist gets back grotesquely fast in the terms of tanks. It's like, you got Wrecking Ball and Doomfist, the people that you get eliminated. It's like, okay, I took cooldowns. That's how you do it. But we have Bun going down, and that's going to be a little bit of a journey to make it back to the point.
This is interesting from Timeless because you can seriously see that they're thinking about where they want to go next. And they're doing it so slowly that the players from Valiant Guardians can easily regroup and you don't have a safe dive target. I mean, arguably, you're hunting for this Ana. Aramori has a target on her back, but if you lose Sniper off the edge, I mean, what do? It's been 2 minutes and Washington Timeless don't have much to show from it.
No, and the one thing that I'm questioning is Aramori. Okay, I get it. Your saving grace is either a Petal or Halo with the grip, but that comes at the cost of possibly losing Moving Fish because Moving Fish needs to rely on the grip sometimes too. But Aramori spent almost that entire fight in mid on the low ground, unpunished.
Yeah, well, they're about to be punished hard because that Nano Blade has a name on it. It's actually for the Diva that Sniper's recently picked up and able to save a selfish life script that we're seeing. What is the Baptiste? Ryan, what mess did you manage to get yourself into? Thankfully, you got Sniper to pull it out. I know we've been bashing the Diva so far, but Sniper also just picked up 3 eliminations all by themselves, which is not something that you want to ignore at all. That doesn't mean Valiant Guardians aren't out of this yet. X10 is still alive, has a Bob just to stall the point out, and grabs the Mar off the back. I mean, what more can you ask from this player? We've been talking so much about H-Key that X10 has gone under the radar, and what should have been a winning fight for Timeless, they gotta go back to spawn.
And we have Snozlar again, using the Bastional, forcing people out of position. Bun looking to TP bomb. Looks like the TP got demolished a little too quickly. Lots of focus fire came forward. And we mentioned, yes, we harped on a little bit the Diva play. Sniper did get a 3K, but the issue is the sustain. Sniper had to get out before losing Toki. They lost the fight. Now they're trying to do it again, and Toki is gone.
Toki's gone. I mean, Timeless are on the point, but Valiant Guardians, they're not going to give him a tick. That's not how this works. They don't give anything out for free. They'll give you a good old tree, though, to go ahead and hang around, which will certainly get in the way. And Valiant Guardians, they have so much sustain, even if they ended up getting off the point for just like that tiny millisecond and lose that tick. Timeless are nowhere near coming away with this fight so far. Moving Fish just denies that high ground to them. They're split. They're bleeding. They are hurting right now, Nerdy Bird. And with 8 seconds, it's been such a mess for them trying to make this push that it's now or never. And Halo finds themselves in a very tricky situation. And with the life we were out of the way, maybe Timeless have some room to work with, but it has to happen now. Moving Fish returning on the Doomfist very close to that Meteor Strike. A good tool to reset, but they're not going to be able to get it in time. Washington Timeless was a mess of an attacking team, but in the end, they withstand all of that chaos to get some payload progress.
So Washington Timeless was attempting, and successfully did it, finally, to basically flip the map objective. They forced the side of the Valiant Guardians onto the low ground, and they were able to get on the high ground. It's just they struggled a lot because Moving Fish is very comfortable on this Doomfist, knows the tech, the Doomfist parkour, got up on that high ground and punished them multiple times. And the difference, yes, it took forever, it was painful at times, but having the Diva, the movability, the boopability that comes with having the mech out is it can be very strong. Now the question is, though, they burned so many ults. Can they make it down this alleyway?
Ooh, but 2 HP. HK still managed to grab both supports, which is big, especially considering all the pressure that was down on them. So Valiant Guardians, they get the hold here on this corner, at least for now. And this is going to be a great spot for them just to hang out, chip in this damage, and use the tools that they have at their disposal.
This is a similar situation, but now Washington Timeless is on the receiving end of what they managed to do during the last series. The issue here, though, is that it's not a borderline mirror composition. It's not a funny comp into a very comfortable comp. This is a very movement-heavy composition coming out from Valiant Guardians. And honestly, Timeless needs to be looking for this Ana, finding Ana, and deleting them.
you seriously, you need to be finding Aramori here. I mean, she's just sitting pretty up on this high ground, but the photon barrier denies those LOS sightlines that you really need to keep your team alive. And Halo struggling to do the job just to keep the supports up and grab that extra support. You need the Kitsune Rush to take these two players down because they are that darn good. Washington Timeless have completely swapped up their comp since the beginning, and it has worked so far. This is the comp that we haven't seen from them, but it's a look that I certainly enjoy.
It is a very explosive composition. The dive-heavy comp relies on target focus, getting in, getting out quickly. You have a gas tank, and when you use those cooldowns to get in...
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, X10. When you use those cooldowns to get in, you have to find those eliminations fast or you're gonna run out of fuel. And now Washington Timeless, it took a little bit of time, but they figured it out after we had Bun swapping over to from Sombra to the Torbjorn, which I get, but it makes Bun a sitting duck. However, Moving Fish went to Sigma, so that means Bun's gonna have more survivability.
It does help Bun a decent amount here, but Valiant Guardians, they have the opportunity to make swaps and the ultimates to back it up. Halo is nasty on this Iati, and especially when that Sunstruck ability comes out, it hits so many different players, but ideally you need to get Sniper out of the mech before you can pop it out, and just being cautious, Sniper knows where they are, but still manages to get the eliminations as a process. Halo needs to strike here, and now look how low that they're just chugging the players. Halo comes up big, is the hero for the Valiant Guardians win. They need it the most.
Valiant is not unfamiliar with this situation. We saw something very similar from Valiant Guardians day one, actually.
Oh, right?
Moving Fish. It was like, yeah, I spent a little bit too long on the funny character. Goes back over to Sigma. This is almost an identical situation with how close that payload is. However, they only have to hold for a minute, not 3.5 minutes like last time. But we have Sniper now going over to the JQ. This is the composition we've seen Timeless be very successful on.
But can they withstand the gravitic flex? Snozlak simply cannot, and that is a blow that's difficult to come back from. Even with this Kitsune Rush, you need to be running over Moving Fish, denying any space that they had previously, but the poke damage too much for Sniper to be able to handle, and Timeless, they can't get themselves over the line in those final seconds. But I think the fact that they managed to get as far as they did is enough accomplishment on their own and sets the win condition at a decent margin.
I mean, typically the payload like halfway in that circular, well, across that circle, so to speak. Not all the way at the objective, but the model is nearly there. You count as being the third checkpoint, even though the game won't award it. This time, they're a little bit too short for me to say. They might as well have to say they have to cap all 3 points to be successful. Valiant Guardians are notorious for stopping the payload in this general area, giving the false hope, so to speak, playing with their food a little bit. Now the question is, on defense, what is Washington Timeless going to be planning here? There's so much dynamic that Valiant Guardians have. The flexibility, the depth of their hero pools is what's really making this a struggle for the side of Washington Timeless to deal with, just because of the comfort that they have on so many different compositions.
That's kind of the thing that we've been seeing, is the level of flexibility from both of these teams. We haven't seen much of it from Timeless, to be totally honest. They've loved this Junker Queen so far, and seeing go over the D.Va, it was something fresh, it was something new, but Valiant Guardians, they just like, all right, if you can be flexible, let us go ahead, pull this out of our back pocket, so you get an ace card, and they've been holding on this Sigma, and that is probably Moving Fish. If they're known for a hero, it's the Sigma right here, and for a very, very good reason. On a lot of these maps, I don't know about it on the attack here, especially when you're walking into a full-on pro comp. But either way, Washington Timeless, this is their bread and butter. This is where they've won this map every single time, and they need to show they can do it again.
And for the side of Valiant Guardians, I'm watching Halo, because Halo has been a menace on the ERE more than once, and I feel like just this map, Halo has struggled a little bit to have those opportunities to be as successful as we've seen in the past. But taking an off angle with Genji here, pinching off the front line to claim space, Snozlar sent back to spawn early.
That should not have happened. As simple as it went, the Bionade was out, Aramori got the damage dealt, and I mean, the rest of the team just walks in. I doubted the Sigma, and I will never doubt it again, but we need to give Aramori and HK the credit that they deserve for opening that door, basically shoving themselves through that little crack to get this first point captured in record time.
The pinch was well executed, And I believe part of that was just communication of knowing where the enemy team was positioned and saying, hey, they're not all here, let's pinch them off and force them into us. After that, they cleaned it up very quickly. Now we got HK possibly looking for a quick kill here on this Lucio. See if the Mauler manages to make it out alive. Looks like Mauler will live.
Mauler will live for the time being, but HK is in a lot of trouble, especially with Sniper going over to that Sigma. That's half the reason that you put Sniper in on this map, is because of their flexibility onto the off tanks. Is Sigma a very valid pick, especially when you're going to be able to pull out this mirror match, especially almost a complete and total mirror without the support lines being put into consideration. And I arguably like Valiant Guardians more just because of those bio nades. There's not an answer for it. It forces a mortality field, but look how low they are. It gets so much done for Valiant Guardians. They now have the high ground. The Ant Matrix is forced out and catches Moving Fish on the wrong side of it. So despite everything that they've done, they did the right thing to get to the spot that they are, but Washington Timeless caught them completely off guard with Orion's Matrix.
So the one thing that is the caveat of this composition for the Valiant Guardians, nicely done, Bun, is the fact that that nade, when used aggressively versus used for sustain, you got to think about uptime versus downtime, is that Sigma can use shift, might be able to eat it. However, if your team starts peppering damage and Sig uses shift in the middle of it, that's a lot of armor you're giving to the Sigma. Additionally, Orion uses immortality. Okay, you traded nade for Immor, but guess what? Orion still has shift, so your team can't engage with the anticipation of deleting someone who gets low because of the shift ability.
That was a boulder from behind if I've ever seen one. No. Sniper was just chilling out there, waiting for the chance to pull that one out. And then there comes the boulder and just shuts Moving Fish down. That was enjoyable. That was fun to watch. Thank you very much, Sniper and Moving Fish, for giving us that piece of content.
And the one concern I do have is the lack of a counter. I mean, yes, you have Sleep, you have Rock into Sniper's ultimate.
Okay.
But when you don't have those ults, how do you sustain through a lift? Because Mauler has beat when Moving Fish lifts. The side of Valiant Guardians does not have that.
No, not at all. Like, they're getting forced in their spawn. They're getting beaten down and bruised, so they have to eventually just get close. They need to brawl one-on-one, which I'm saying that with a Sigma comp, yes, I am. And it's finally going to bite them in the space. The fact that they didn't have to use any ultimate to do it, Nerdy Bird, is kind of crazy to me.
However, Washington managed to burn off a significant amount of the time bank being on those high grounds surrounding the spawn point and using ultimates. Yeah, this next one is not going to go in their favor most likely. I mean, beating to be aggressive is not normally a Lucio play you see frequently in in organized competitive play. But Bun might be able to use Blade advantageously, but HK goes in. Nanoblade isn't finding anything really right now.
Everybody just pulled a full banana split right there. Nobody wanted to be near Bun, and the Flux is whipped too. That's 3 ultimates down the drain for Valiant Guardians. That could not have gone any worse for the team, as Bun is just on cleanup duty, bringing out the broom to just say, Valiant Guardians, that didn't work out, and I'm going to make sure you remember it.
Even with an ult advantage, not having it not work out, I mean, Nanoblade is such a win condition, and I did touch on this previously last week, day one, with Valiant Guardians, is relying on Nanoblade as a win condition. It's a very obvious counter. The counter is either you kill the Genji successfully, or you have beat just in case. And we did see a beat come out from the Mauler in that instance of Nanoblade after it was on cooldown because HK struggled to find a target for a little bit of time. However, that's 2 ults, and nothing was gained from it.
Not at all, and this is a great spot for Washington Timeless to be in. So you got Orion just vibing on the high ground, and Valiant Guardians, they're not going to push up. You're going to go ahead, give the bus a little hug, wait for that to expire, and even after that, you're looking straight down the face of a Rabbinic Flex here, Nerdy Bird. And this is just an example of Washington Timeless having that discipline, that level of execution that has not been matched so far in this series. This is their map. Numbani is owned by the Washington squad, and unless Halo has something to say about it here, it's going to continue to be that way. But there it is, a huge ultimate coming through. Halo popping off HK and X10 with the follow-up. That is what they needed to turn the tides of the battle. Valiant Guardians moving through to this 3rd point, and that win condition is seen in front of them.
I asked for Halo to find an opportunity to have a pop-off moment, and Halo delivered. That was a beautiful ultimate, beautiful follow-up. Now we're going into the next fight with Nano, Bob, Lift, all online. The pressure to succeed for Washington Timeless all is going down onto the Mauler, but they do get X10 eliminated early on. So Guardians backing up.
The problem with running the Ashe here is you just don't really move if you get walked on. You have a coach gun, sure, but you're kind of just sitting there. Washington Timeless, that's not the first time they've taken advantage of that, and it's going to be a big issue, especially with this first little choke point, this tunnel that you have to walk through. Fish physically has to move people out of the way to make this happen, but can't get those shots landed in time, so the damage output isn't there. The players are still alive. You're down in all of your cooldowns, and you need to hit the S key, start to get a reset, wait for these key abilities to come back. Snuzzler? Hello?
The scary part of that situation is when that graphitic flux was instigated, the Mauler hit Amp, got all of Washington Timeless out of the way, and still had Beat. But Beat gets Ajax during H-Key's blade.
Woo! That was a lot to unpack right there, but the most important thing right now is the Valiant Guardians are meters away from getting that capture, from going up 2-0 in this series. Washington Timeless needs to re-engage. It's Bun with the ultimate, but Bun needs the help to be able to pull this out successfully. So much weight onto her shoulders to make it happen, but Halo shuts it all down. The one win condition, the one last string of hope the Valiant Timeless were holding on to is gone. Sniper, while the ultimate looks cool, moving Fish isn't able to stay alive right now. The staggers, they're coming through. These one-off eliminations Timeless are getting. It buys them time, it buys them hope, but simply not enough to handle. Valiant Guardians up 2-0, sitting on match point of a Calling All Heroes Championship title.
All right, let's see. H-Key again with the Genji play of the game. Give him a little bit of slice and dice. Yeah, oh, the beat wasn't Ajax. Okay, it did fully actually go off. It's just there was so much attention to getting these eliminations. The follow-up was good. Congratulations. Nice play of the game, but we still have another map to go.
One more map. Valiant Guardians, they're up 2-0, right? We expected this to be close, and it has been close, and it does not just go to show what our current match score says. I mean, we went to 3 rounds on Oasis, and we got down to pretty much overtime on map number 2. So map number 3, being that Flashpoint, is a lot of pressure on a Washington Timeless. This is where they were able to get into a good spot before, right? They were able to find their momentum back, start turning it around, and really play off of Sniper, and specifically of their DPS players just popping off and taking that space when needed, and we just didn't get to see that as much in this series. They're being forced to swap off their favorite composition, the one that they have been the best at, and that alone is a blow to the mental, not to mention being down 2-0 in a finals scenario. I mean, just think about the stress that they're under right now.
My advice in these situations is always do your best to just focus on the next fight ahead of you. Keeping a calm and level head, like, yeah, discussing minor things, but not really focusing on everything that went wrong, because it can become overwhelming. These teams on both sides, but focusing on Washington Timeless, they ran the gauntlet to make it back here, and that just shows the amount of strength that they have as players, and they should have the confidence to know that they can come up here to go toe-to-toe with the Valiant Guardians, focus on their next map, understand, make sure everyone's on the same page. What is our goal here? What is our play style? How are we executing our win conditions here? Understanding how important that first fight is, and they're setting the goal of we are winning the first fight here as we move into Flashpoint, and going from there, taking it one step at a time, eliminating that stress, because at the end of the day, your gameplay is what's going to make or break your team, so you better come swinging.
And what can determine that gameplay is your ability to keep a level head in these situations. A reverse sweep is a lot to ask of anybody, especially, like, look at Timeless. They've had to play another match before this, another 4 maps prior. And they're at the point of everything that they've just done going down to absolutely nothing. You do not want to get swept in these finals. Washington Timeless, they have the potential to take Valiant Guardians down. They're the one team who has managed to take those maps, and that is saying something when you look at how strong that 5-player roster is. Washington Timeless right now, this is their chance to regroup. They have the next selection going into map number 3, and it is going to be their last of the series regardless if they end up coming out on top of it or not, and it needs to count here.
Well, hopefully they're locked in and ready to go, and my heart does go out to them because they've played a lot of maps at this point, and to anyone that's watching that says, well, you know, I've played 8 back-to-back games of competitive Overwatch, it is a drastically different experience doing it in organized competitive play. It's a lot more mentally draining, and so right now they really have to dig down deep and pull up as much energy as they can, help each other, make sure they're all ready and engaged, locked in for this next map. I know Flashpoint's new. Some people hate it. Some people love it. It's definitely better than 2CP. That's at least what I can say about that one. So hopefully they're confident on this Flashpoint because they were actually, the tide of Washington Timeless was extremely successful on Flashpoint. Yeah, they fumbled a little bit here and there. But the one thing I will say is that at least when we saw them earlier today, we could easily pinpoint what Sniper was looking for, what Sniper was wanting to do. And I don't know if the Valiant Guardians are going to give those opportunities as quickly over to the side of Washington as we saw earlier from the other team.
That's one thing that Washington Timeless like to do, specifically on Flashpoint, where that we can see that these teams specifically, they wait for another one to make a mistake. And let's be honest, Valiant Guardians, they're not going to be one to make mistakes like other opponents that you faced in this competition. It's something that's come back to bite them in the butt multiple times here, that they wait so long to find an error on the other side. It doesn't come, and suddenly they're overwhelmed with all of just 5 players collapsing on top of them. So the playstyle, it does need to change a little bit. I need to see more of this initiative taken. You can't have these small moments of hesitation. Those are going to be the ones that can define the difference between winning and losing an entire championship right now. Everything rides on this map for Washington Timeless, and as Valiant Guardians, they're looking straight down the barrel of a complete sweep and an undefeated run through the Calling All Heroes Minor 2.
And some incredible bragging rights across the board, but
of course,
like I said earlier, no pressure, Washington Timeless, despite how much Tiny and I are going to try and make you feel it, because we pray that you are actually not watching the broadcast and instead are focused in with your team right now, and you guys are ready to go. This is game 1, map 1. There's no history. You guys are just going to play to your strengths and do the best that you possibly can, because that's the best way to keep the anxiety at bay and keep your head calm and collected, because you are all incredible players from both sides, extremely talented. It's just going to be, you know, at the end of the day, this could be the end of your day, or you could keep going. The question is, can you keep going?
It's really it. You got to pull out all the fumes you got left in this little bit of gas tank for New Junk City specifically. And this map is a point where there's so many spots you can easily control the chokes. I think that what stands out to New Junk City for me is that the places where the teams come in, you're filtered through such a narrow corridor that the people that are in control of the point have such an advantage when you're trying to get onto the attack. So out between, of course, New Jack City and Saravasa, this is the one that if you get that first control, you take the initiative, you win that first fight, then you are pretty set moving forward to at least get half of that objective captured before you have to come back and battle it out all over again here. So New Junk City, Washington Timeless, they want to take this map off of Valiant Guardians, keep their hopes of becoming the champion of the Calling All Heroes Minor to Unite alive. You need to act first, and you need to do it better than what the Valiant Guardians have planned, because I'm sure they're not unprepared for this map either.
Well, the other thing is that normally Washington Timeless, they are very good at striking first, and possibly it is just a little bit of the nervousness getting to them right now, but they do... I understand you look for mistakes and you want to capitalize on those mistakes, but in our previous series, they were more than fine with forcing the other team to make mistakes and then moving forward from there. Here, truly, they need to pull their confidence back up to where it was at the beginning of the day and just know and trust each other to be able to survive, click the right heads, and focus on each individual fight. Focus on when do you see someone use a cooldown, because of course, Valiant Guardians, they're not perfect. They will never play perfect.
No.
Washington Timeless, they will never play perfect either. Everyone's going to make a mistake. It's if you see it, you call it, and you capitalize on it. Because there were times during Numbani that they were not capitalized on, where Valiant was blatantly disregarding the concerns that most players would have.
Sounds just chilling in the back line right there. But Valiant Guardians, new map and potentially the last. They know that victory is in sight right now, and they're coming out of this all guns a blazing, moving fish, back on to that Junker Queen, but that doesn't matter for X10. Snozlar gets the rail shot to the dome, putting Valiant Guardians in a tricky situation to mount a comeback. Sniper's full steam ahead onto the Junker Queen. They're just trying to get out alive, but Sniper gets so aggressive here. Can they keep them alive? Just barely. Valiant Guardians not off to a good start in this map, and that is all because Snozlar hit that first shot.
That opening elimination coming out from Snozlar, instead of receiving a kunai to the head for the first fight, crafted a very different story for Washington Timeless on point one. You mentioned it earlier, first elims are extremely important. And then Sniper just becoming undeterred by lack of health, using every cooldown, exhausting all the gas to get in the front line, split them up, and allow their team to surround and conquer. Perfectly executed, but they need to do it again, and that is where things start to get hard, is repeating perfection multiple times.
And they do, like I said, Valiant Guardians, it is not easy to get to this point, especially with that Kitsune rush blocking your only reasonable pass. The fight has to go off at the point and force a player to overextend. That's punishing a mistake right there. HKey taking that elimination to their name and showing that Washington Timeless are vulnerable. They can't replicate this perfection enough, and they end up using a Salbear in this fight. I am not a fan of that whatsoever, especially with the blows, those deadly ones that they've been dealt. I mean, you're gonna get to a decent amount of percentage here, but an inevitable reset.
It does. I think that sound barrier was just enough, yeah, to help the rest of the Washington Timeless team make it out of the objective and reconvene with the other two, Bun and Orion, that had been eliminated. So while it's questionable, I understand it, but they are within arm's reach of closing out this objective, and they have the ult advantage going into this fight for a moment.
Yeah, just for a little bit though. A lot of those are coming out now, and HKey, woo, still on fire from map 1 to map 2, and now here in map number 3, this Flashpoint is no different in the eyes of this Flex DPS player. I mean, she's been so good for Valiant Guardians finding them way in.
There is a lot of players that will tell you, and I typically agree with this, there's a few exceptions to this rule, that whichever team ults first is most likely going to win the fight. And the exceptions to that, I think, are your support ultimates, specifically support ults like Beat and Kitsune Rush. Responding with Beat to a Beat or responding with Kitsune Rush to a Kitsune Rush tends to be more successful because that extra half a second, 1 second that you get the ultimate on your team makes a huge difference because it's at the tail end of the fight.
But it has to be that reactive sound barrier here. The initiation Bun wanted to make that first blow, but no, it's X10 to support, just superior in terms of the utility available for the Valiant Guardians, sitting at that 99%. Why need to take it back? They do end up losing control of the objective here. They only are down 1 player, but the recovery sound barrier, it only hits 2, but it's just enough for Washington Timeless to stay alive for a little bit longer. Hope that somebody can get back in time, but those spawns are light years away right now. Valiant Guardians have just so many more players circling around this arena. It's only fitting that they battle in the final piece of Junk City to claim the first blow here on to New Junk City.
Now the question I have here is, are they going to catch people in rotation, or they're choosing to go straight to the point? We did not see many fights happen during the point transition phases the last time we were on New Junk City, but some teams like to do it. Some teams prefer to just dedicate it to go straight to point, and it looks like, yes, we are going to attempt a mid-rotation fight, possibly find a quick elimination.
They're trying to scope it out, but Valiant Guardians have already worked their way over to the center of Ducks, which is, again, another one of those objectives that you're having to filter through these small areas. You need to force your way out, and Orion's Kitsune Rush, just the thing to do that with. Valiant Guardians, they want to mirror it, but it's too little too late. Removing Fish, the support was not present. The damage has to come back on the other side. Valiant Guardians looking for some sort of respawn, and it is their DPS dealers to do just that. HKey coming up with another triple kill to go ahead, get Valiant Guardians back in control.
And it was that responsive Kitsune Rush to Orion's engaged Kitsune Rush that ultimately led to that success. Yes, you lost your front line. It happens. Your tank, you make space half the time, you die making space. However, HKey then spending the Dragon Blade, recognizing that that is how you get the equalization, and using the Kitsune Rush that lasts just a hair of a second longer to eliminate the side of Washington Justice, well, Washington Timeless, was what was important there.
It's just that tiny bit of time that counts, those moments of hesitation, which Valiant Guardians, they don't have many of. They move in, they use the bomb so early that Washington Timeless, they're down, they're hurting. Even if they have ultimates on the board here, the opportunity to use them has not presented itself just yet, and it gives them up so much time and space. They have to engage, and there it is, Snozlar hitting the final blow just in time, and Valiant Guardians, they're gonna crumble without Aramori in the back to keep them all up, but still all the resources being committed on the side of Valiant Guardians. I really don't know how to feel about that one specifically, especially knowing that Washington Timeless are just better in terms of what they had available in those players.
Moving Fish lived for so long, being pushed into a corner, using that bleed to get just a little bit of extra healing, survive a couple extra seconds. Ultimately, Valiant Guardians 99% on our second Flashpoint. I think they're gonna have to possibly give this one up just based off of the ult disparity we see going into this one. That means it's at least one fight and another fight. So they need to either take this fast, force ults, or charge ults really quickly and play for the 99-99, prolonging this engage.
Yeah, I mean, Valiant Guardians, they have time. Time is on their side right now. They need to get resources out of the Washington Timeless team, and that's just going to be it. The ultimate's coming in. Bun grabbing two with the Dragon Blade, make it a third on top of it, because why the heck not? Valiant Guardians, they're okay with losing that fight, knowing that they just drained ultimate Washington's resources.
They drained Kitsune Rush, Blade. Snozlar is well off from that overclock. Mauler is sub 50% on beat. So is Halo, but now the combo that was just used against them, they have in their back pocket and could theoretically get this at the 99% mark.
They want to, but no, HK falls early. That Dragon Blade, that was how they were going to win the fight, Nerdy Bird. Oh, that one pick. Sniper did just the right thing there. Did not allow HK to be all gutsy like she's been all game. She got punished for it. Washington Timeless, they just destroyed Valiant at their own game and tied up.
HK, I'm sorry. I feel like I pseudo-caster cursed that one. You have my sincerest apologies. It happens sometimes. You're not the only person I've done it to. But now, hey, at least you have the Kitsune Rush Dragon Blade combo to go into the next fight, and you'll have Rampage, and you'll also have Bob. The disparity in the ults suggest, looking at the numbers only in the situation, should go in favor of Valiant Guardians. X10 waiting for an opportunity, looking for when we're going to pop this Bob. Oh, Sojourns! Snozlar! Yikes.
Oh, big yikes in the chat right there, especially if you're a Valiant Guardians. The Rampage coming out from Moving Fish. I mean, it is still very winnable right now. Sniper, one of the few players still alive for the Guardians, but does Moving Fish really have the support to back it up? They got the Lucio. That's about it. Orion is the target of choice here. I mean, look at all of the pressure they're putting on. I mean, give Valiant credit right now for not giving up that capture until now. It's percentage that's denied, and now they re-engage. Kitsune rushes in tow for both sides, and it really does depend. Do the Lucios commit the sound barriers? Halo thinks so does Mauler. At least they agree on something in this fight, and you certainly have to with all the damage being chumped out in the backline. Soldier just going crazy at it, keeping HK off of their back, but gets punished for it. HK's been getting so aggressive, and finally, Washington Timeless, I've had enough of how gutsy they've been playing and saying, no, you need to get out of here, but Valiant Guardians see them sleeping off guard. This is a messy fight for the first point, but the fact that Washington Timeless got that first percent, they're already halfway through.
All I gotta say is that was a prime example as to why this composition is referred to as Jotes, because of the amount of ult dumping that happened, and now look at the ult charges for the tanks. They're almost online again because of the chaos that's created, the amount of sustain that they're able to have during those fights. But that was one fight that dragged on way too long. You lose it, you're gonna lose the point. You win it, you're more than likely to be successful. First fights are just that much more important on Flashpoint.
And you can say that the same for the last one too, because one wants it to be the last for Washington Timeless right now. Dragon Blade is pulled, looking for the target, but the tank, not a great one to go through. Yeah, you get some chunk damage in, but X10 now mirroring the Sojourn on the other side. Snozlar was not ready for that level of play. wow, look at all of the pressure. They immediately turn their eyes towards X10, and you have to in that situation. The damage is being thrown across the point on either side, and the Foundry, it is scrappy place to have to pull this one out, but Valiant Guardians, they're the ones that have to come out on top if they want a chance at getting this one under the belts.
Looking at the ults that we have coming online, Kitsune Rush beat as well as Rampage for Washington Timeless. Valiant Guardians, Kitsune Rush beat, we'll call that beat, and Dragon Blade online for Valiant Guardians. Now, if Sniper gets what Sniper wants, which is that early Suzu usage. Yeah, exactly. It happens quite a few times. I want Sniper to play undeterred, as we saw Sniper in the past. Yeah, we need to respect Aomori, but at the same time, you need to be brave and bold, as we see Bun take down X10 to engage this fight.
Yeah, Bun just gets themselves in there, and that's another late sound barrier here from Halo. It's 3v5, and I just do not like that ultimate at all. That's really gonna hurt the Valiant Guardians, and I mean, what hurts more than losing another one of these Flashpoint maps, and it puts Washington Timeless in such a good spot. Look what they're going into round number 4 with.
The scary thing is they spent Kitsune Rush, forced out Rush and beat, and were still successful. Washington Timeless now heavily favored for this first engage, but when we were starting that last point, there were a lot of ults that got dumped as well from the other side, and instead Washington still managed to be successful. The reverse story could happen here. We'll have to wait and see. You really want to keep an eye on H-Key with this blade as well as the overclock, because if those are popped at the same time, it's a deadly combo.
Speaking of a deadly combo, how about a Sniper going on in with that Rampage? Every single time we've seen that come through, it turns out, but Armori had the Suzu to be able to counter this one out. Look at the resources. My screen is literally starting to freeze because of all of the chaos that is happening on the screen. And Snozlar is the one to come out on top of it, start doing that damage, but has to back off, let Bun and Sniper do the rest. Just a distraction for Moving Fish, keeping them occupied. Yeah, they lose their life, but for a very worthy cause.
And now, this time, Washington Timeless deleted everybody first and is now gonna go cap the objective. So that means at least we should see 2 more full fights happening here. It's just... sometimes there's questionable ultimates, and other times I agree with it, it just doesn't work out. And unfortunately, I feel like that last one from H-Key and X10 just did not work out. But Kitsune Rush as well as Rampage could be huge, and getting an early Lucio pick is even better.
Woo! Mari looking like a sniper out there, and the Suzu, ooh, barely present, but Orion can't escape the sightlines of X10 in the amount of time they had allowed. And Valiant Guardians, this is the initiation they wanted to see. I do not like that Kitsune Rush. Mori would have liked to take that one back for sure.
But, I mean, at the end of the day, you're equalized now with Orion as far as Kitsune Rush charge goes.
True.
So it kind of voids each other out. But, honestly, you want that a little bit of extra speed sometimes. You will have Halo with the Lucio beat coming up, which should be okay considering we're going up against Overclock and Rampage from Washington Timeless. Those 2 ults in conjunction, if Halo does not get this beat off, are going to delete the Guardians.
Halo's decision to make right now is, do you beat for that Rampage, or do you use it on the overclock right now? And Snozlar has been a significant threat so far, but how much of it? If you can just void the sightlines, then it would be fine, but Halo sees Moving Fish in danger, has to use it now, so Sniper, as soon as that goes down, that's when they want to strike, but Snozlar is traded out in the backline, so this is a risky situation for Valiant Guardians to continue fighting without their tank, but they don't have a choice. Sniper gets punished on the engage of their own Rampage, got gutsy seeing there was no tank on the other end, but X10 is alive and strong. Perfect 10s all around in my eyes. Only Bun is the last one standing here, preventing this from going to a round number 5.
Bun knew that was the end of it. Sub 10 health. And H-Key, Snozlar came in too late. I think possibly actually Bun might have been waiting. She was hoping that Snozlar would be able to make it back in time to take that 2-on-3 and try to stall it out a little bit longer, but it was just too little too late. Now Snozlar got staggered slightly, but not enough that it's going to be too detrimental for this next fight. But now this is it. Yeah. All cards are on the table. The dice have been thrown down, so to speak, because it's winner take all at this point if you're the Valiant Guardians. And if you're Washington Timeless, you get to hang on a little bit longer, but this Flashpoint is the end of it.
Oh, this is for all the marbles right now, Valiant Guardians. They have the ultimate advantage. You need to use it here. The point already capped is a huge start to this fight. Even if they don't end up getting the value out of their ultimates, that percentage gained is invaluable in the inevitable outcome of this game. Oh.
This is the first time that we have seen, I believe, Aramori upon point lock use Kitsune Rush. Typically, it's Orion who uses Kitsune Rush first, with Aramori responding. Aramori decided to shake things up, but here comes Kitsune Rush from the side of Washington Timeless. Bun finds H-Key. That's the opening pick.
Too. Yeah, that's the ultimate gone. H-Key tried to be sneaky all up in the backline, but nope. Bun says denied. Still half the percentage gain for Valiant Guardians at a significant cost for them. And in the long run, Washington Timeless are going to be in control for quite some time.
Also, those eliminations were staggered out on the Valiant Guardians, so they should be able to equalize percentage points here. And hopefully H-Key did not push too far forward, and yes, H-Key unfortunately did, and is going to get sent back to spawn as well. So basically say there's another 5% that's going to go in favor of Washington Timeless. That is never something you want to do, is stagger yourself. But, I mean, Washington did it on the previous one. It happens. But we got Beat, we got Blade, we have Overclock, and Rampage for Washington. Whereas we have Beat and Rampage a little bit close to Kitsune Rush here from Valiant. Really looking to see who ults first in this situation. And it looks like it's Bun with that Dragon Blade. Gets him low, but can't find the Elim.
It's a Q-Fest out there, but not for the Mauler. That is arguably the most important ultimate that Washington Timeless have in their grasp, and Valiant Guardians, they're presented with an opportunity to push in. Nothing available to counter it out, but Halo falling as well. You couldn't ask for a better turnaround as Washington Timeless gets to that 99%. The only player remaining right now is Aramori, and you simply are not taking that fight as only Akiriko in the grasp. Halo has to return to be able to get that sound barrier off. Just buy some more time. Hope for a miracle to end up happening right now. But Washington Timeless, they have all the resources. They got Sniper anchoring on that objective. Washington Timeless, they are not down and out of this just yet at all. They're going to continue their fight forwards, getting one step closer to coming towards a reverse sweep.
I am both shocked and also at the same time kind of not surprised. I anticipated that going all 5 flashpoints, but we can enjoy Sniper's play of the game here on one of the heroes that we definitely think is Sniper's ace in the hole on the JQ. Doesn't even need to hit the Q button and gets play of the game. With that being said, we're now moving on to the map that is a little slow for some people and can produce a lot of mistakes if people aren't willing to play a little bit slower. So we're going to be moving on to Push. You love it or you hate it. And I feel like this is an opportunity for DPS really to shine and for understanding patience being important to shine for other teams as well. You get too antsy, too soon, it'll be punished. But the question is, are we going to see a mirror matchup, or are we actually going to see things shaken up a bit here? I wouldn't mind JQ mirror, but seeing some variation would also be nice.
As much as I would like to see it shaken up, I think that JQ mirror is the way to go for both teams right now. I mean, Washington Timeless, they just won a map off of the Valiant Guardians. That's where they got their success, is with this JQ comp. Keep it up. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We've said that so many times today, and this is why. You're going to anchor down here on the next Push selection, which will be in the favor of Valiant Guardians. And I think that what Push does in a similar format to Flashpoint is decision-making is queen. That is essentially what it comes down to, is what positioning are you taking? Are you allowing this robot to move forwards? Are you going to push it? I mean, there's so many small, interesting things that go into Push that you're punished for your mistakes. It is so much worse than you can for any other map, just because the mountain you have to climb is so much steeper. And when we end up seeing that map come into play, but the good news is that these teams are going to have a little bit more time to start getting that strategy into place, prepared for map number 4. So while we wait for that to get started, enjoy some replays that we have from our previous map, and we'll see you on the other side. Sniper gets so aggressive here. Can they keep them alive? Just barely. Valiant Guardians not off to a good start in this map, and that is all because Snozlar hit that first shot. Elimination to their name, and showing that Washington Timeless are vulnerable. They can't rip though. A lot of those are coming out now, and HKE, woo, still on fire from map 1 to map 2, and now here in map have just so many more players circling around this arena. It's only fitting that they battle in the final piece of Junk City to claim the first blow here on to New Junk City. Presence, the damage has to come back on the other side. Valiant Guardians looking for some sort of response. Opportunity to use them has not presented itself just yet, and it gives them up so much time and space. I really don't know how to feel about that one specifically, especially knowing that Washington Timeless Valiant Guardians, they have time. Time is on their side right now. They need to get resources out of the Washington Timeless team, and that's just going to be it. The ultimate's coming in. Bun grabbing two with the Dragon Blade, make it a third on top of it, because why the heck?
For when we're going to pop this Bob. Oh, Sojourns!
Oh, big yikes in the chat right there, especially if you're a Valiant inclined Soldier just going crazy at it, keeping H-Key off of their back, being thrown across the point on either side, and the Foundry in a scrappy place to have to pull this one out, but Valiant Guardians, they're the ones that have to come out on top. It's literally starting to freeze because of all of the chaos that is happening on the screen, and Snozzle and Sniper do the rest, just a distraction for Moving Fish, keeping them occupied. Yeah, Ryan can't escape the sightlines of X10 in the amount of time they had allowed, and Valiant Guardians, this punished on the engage of their own rampage, got gutsy seeing there was no tank on the other end, but X10 is alive and strong. Perfect hit, only Bun is the last one standing here, preventing this from going to a round number gain for Valiant Guardians at a significant cost for them, and in the long run, Washington Timeless are going to be in control for quite some time. The most important ultimate that Washington Timeless have in their grasp, and Valiant Guardians, they're presented with it. Also, they got Sniper anchoring on that objective. Washington Timeless, oh, they are not down and out of this just yet at all. They're going to continue their fight forwards, getting one step closer to coming towards a reverse sweep. Calling All Heroes Unite Minor 2 continues with map number 4, Dirty Bird. We have done it. Well, I didn't say we have done it, but we did kind of conjure into existence here. Washington Timeless finding their rhythm again, and they took a map off of Valiant Gardens. They've shown that they can do it. The momentum is on their side. The map selection, not so much. But knowing we're heading to push and how few options there are, and, you know, maybe I have a bit of a sixth sense here of what map we're heading to next, they're not going to be too disappointed.
I mean, okay, so it's not their map pick per se, but it's still a map that they have been very successful on as a full team. I mean, if you are Washington Timeless and hoping, you know, kind of pseudo ESPing over to the enemy team what map you would like them to go with, it's definitely Colosseo. There was so much success for them on this map. They already warmed up against another team earlier on broadcast on this map, and now it's the opportunity to do it all over again. However, as you mentioned earlier, there's been a lot of favoring on both sides of the JQ. That mirror matchup is going to make it a little bit of a slow start for both sides, if that is what's going to happen. However, it becomes very explosive once we start getting out of that first corridor, out of the Coliseum, and going up. It just at that point, it comes down to positioning and being advantageous with what you're doing, fight planning, and being predicting what the other team wants to do, so you don't let them do it. Because that high ground, once you get that control, it's game over.
It seriously is, and that is something that Timeless, we saw them do very well when they were playing in their previous matchup. And they would just straight up disregard what was happening down mid and take over that high ground. So you would get Snozlar, you get Bun in positions where you're suddenly poking from multiple angles, you're overwhelming your opponents. And I can guarantee you now that Valiant, they're not going to let that happen to them nearly as easily. The Reinhardt should not be played here, I hope, for the sake of this team, but Junker Queen is the name of the game. You're going to have this mirror. You're not automatically going to have this advantage in the tank department in terms of the space that you're being given, which makes this task much harder than their initial match in the losers finals.
Most definitely. And honestly, this is the opportunity right now for Washington Timeless. This is it. This is end all be all. You got to throw everything down. You've got to send us over to the map 5. As exhausted as they are, as slow as their brains are wanting to move because of how tired they are, how much they've been putting into these games, they have to keep giving us a little bit more here and there just to come out on top of this one, because of course, for us and for everyone watching, you always want to see a map 5 if your team is the one that's the underdog. And as painful as it can be as a player, you know, if you are Washington right now, you are playing for that map 5. So you have to give us as much as you can here and then do it all over again in the next map. You've been successful on Colosseo before, and you showed us how strong you can be. Can you do it again and do it against your rival?
It's not easy what Timeless has to do right now. And you lose the first 2 maps. You're forcing a map 5 here if they want to come back on top. And seeing a map 5 in the grand finals of an event as high tier as Calling All Heroes would be absolutely amazing right now. So Washington Timeless, this is their not their map selection, but one that they showed that they do have an understanding of how to play it around the Junker Queen. Yes, the Valiant Guardians are a different beast to tackle, but you need to have some sort of confidence from that previous map, not too much, that you're able to find where the Valiant Guardians' weaknesses are and start to take that space. Sniper was a major part of that. Snozler came up with these shots that just completely shut down the plan of the Valiant Guardians. And this is going to be a huge battle here on the map of Colosseo, only fitting to do it just outside the Coliseum.
Oh my gosh, my battle cattle is on the playing field. Sniper has locked in the Orisa. I am excited. Sniper, I really, really hope you find a lot of success on the Orisa here. If you have to swap to JQ, I totally understand. But please, please let me see some pristine horse.
This is new for Washington Timeless. There's not been a single match on broadcast where I've seen Sniper pull out that Orisa yet. This is Washington Timeless going off the book. I literally, in my notebook, have circled no Orisa like 50 times just to say, this is what I know about this team. They haven't been playing that comp, and the fact that they're pulling out here now, changing up what they found success on in the final moments is very interesting to me, and you have to have some sort of plan. The poke that Orisa has here is huge. Sniper is good at this main tank, at least I would hope to see from the player that's picking it up. It's on a map 4 situation where you have to win in order to keep your hopes of a championship alive. And these fights in Colosseo, they go so slow, Nerdy Bird. It's that first blow, that's the one that counts, and it could be onto a better player than Aurora Mori here at Washington Timeless. They need to push the go pedal to try to come up with any other eliminations they can get, which is 2. Significant progress just from losing that, getting that early loss out of the way, and this bot's gonna stay relatively close to that center point until everyone gets split and a significant chunk of progress gained.
I think Washington Timeless, this composition since the drop of ERE has been pretty popular, sometimes referred to, and I also call it the War of Attrition composition. It allows for a lot of damage, a lot of opportunities to swing angles and get out of said angles. And we saw Moving Fish start on Doomfist and go, heck no. You cannot play Doomfist into that comp unless you just really like the respawn screen. And now Washington Timeless pulling this comp out that I think they probably scrimmed on a lot, but didn't need to use it. Can be their ace in the hole.
They haven't needed to use it so far, but Bun, Snozler, the Faller, this whole team right now is going so well. I mean, the first time we're seeing them on the Iyari, I wish I saw this sooner. That was just beautiful for them to get that ultimate up so soon. I mean, the momentum they have on their side is massive, Nerdy.
Okay, I totally understand from our perspective as casters. Yes, I would have loved to have seen this comp come from them earlier. However, so many teams have played it. So many teams scrim it right now that some should, at this point, know what they need to do against it. And if you pull it out too early, you're revealing all your cards, just like using abilities in front of enemies. And so saving it for now might have been the best thing to do. However, we're seeing that pendulum shift. Those ults being expunged, Valiant's capitalizing on that, gets in and eliminates 3 members, and the other 2 just run away.
And honestly, if you're Timeless, you are okay with that. Look how far that they got good old Timmy the robot here to push that barrier. That is a massive chunk of distance, and they have plenty of tools to start to make this comeback, and Valiant Guardians, they're not going to catch up to that anytime soon.
Unfortunately, we didn't point it out, but we did see the swap off and go to Lucio. I get it. Full understand. Lucio provides a lot of utility, whereas the Ahri play heavily relies on you taking some of those duels, locking down angles, and, you know, playing to get those elims, whereas Lucio's more the facilitator. Now you just gotta facilitate Sniper on this Orisa. Coming up with this Terra Surge. Are we gonna combo it with something?
Uh-oh, that is it. The rest of the team finds themselves in a whole lot of trouble. The teleporting, it looks good, but Aramori was in for a nasty surprise along with H-Key. That should not have worked. Valiant Guardians, they had a plan. They thought they would get Washington Timeless better, but no. They were checking their angles. They saw the Symmetra. They knew what was to come and reacted perfectly.
Poorly executed. It happens. They're going to use Window to maintain these forward positions. And it looks like, yeah, okay, Snozlar and Orisa both posted up here, down bridge. However, there's a lot of check marks on the Guardian side. And the first one's been used with not really picking up any eliminations, maybe forced out some BAP util.
They forced out some, but I mean, on paper, this is Valiant Guardians' fight to win, which they're going to go ahead and do it for as the most minimal investment that is possible. And right now, they're getting so aggressive. I mean, HK ends up going down, and Bun still lives to see another day, which is kind of crazy right now. The Washington Timeless just bait Valiant Guardians into a fight they were totally ready for.
Honestly, Bun, I think, went to 30 health during that fight.
Yep.
I don't know how she lived, but she did. And that was a lot of Q presses coming out from Valiant Guardians. They were staggered a little bit, but not enough, because now they're relying on this Rampage, to which, if the Mauler survives, we'll have Beat, Shift, and Immor all as options to counter it. And then when that Rampage happens, if Bun has Molten Core online, you carpet the zone where that JQ comes from, prevent the rest of the team from aggressing into your front line, especially HK. It's good night for that for JQ in that instance.
Moving Fish didn't hit anybody with that ultimate! Oh no, Nerdy Bird! They needed to come up big. That Rampage was their chance to escape this portion of the Colosseo, but no, they're gonna get morphed to pillars, and even more pillars right now. And the sites of their own spawn are just getting closer.
Amp speed from Lucio was, I guess, all they needed to sustain through that fight for Washington Timeless. Now they have Beat to use. Moving Fish has given up the ghost of JQ. It's said it's time to move on. We're gonna go move to Sigma. And this is the swap you want to make if you do not want to do the War of Attrition mirror matchup, especially when you're already down ultimates. We've seen success with the Sigma.
Oh no.
The Grasp is forced. Immortality is forced. It's 2 major cooldowns, though, for Valiant Guardians. And Moving Fish goes down.
And this is rough too, because Washington Timeless, they got that capture point, Nerdy Bird. Their chances of winning have just skyrocketed right now. If Valiant Guardians are going to make a comeback, it needs to start here and it needs to start now. But they're losing Aramori. She got way too aggressive, straight into the sightlines of several players who were just sitting, waiting, and watching for that player to make an error. Washington Timeless, they want this comeback so bad right now, and they are fighting tooth and nail for it.
That is the second fight in a row that we've seen Aramori go down first, and it comes down to positioning and understanding when you need to give up space. Hope we don't see it happen again, but my only concern now is we've finally gone to the borderline mirror matchup of the War of Attrition, but too little too late, I think, with 3 minutes left and only a handful of meters left. Molten Core, Terra Surge, combo! Sniper
in.
Popping off right now.
Sniper's in, and Sniper's not done. Just get picks up a triple kill. They're staggering out Halo for the hammer. Oh no, you just did her like that. Oh, just the BM, the confidence Washington Timeless, they have their sweat back. This is what we needed them to have. They need just a little bit of room to be given to them. They can make it work. Valiant Guardians, they're sitting with their spawns basically behind them, and they gotta find some way to come back because 2.5 minutes, not a lot of time to climb the mountain that they have been knocked off time and time again. And it's not about to get any easier right now. Couple eliminations going their way. I mean, getting Snozlar is a great start to go. Halo doing what she does best, and with this Iardi to try to turn it around, but the tank line has fallen. Bun is alive, and Washington's timeless. They are 2 meters less than that, and here it is. They crossed the check mark. Nerdy Bird, we are going to a map number 5 to decide this, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay, this is the moment that we can say we might have manifested that one, but right now we can enjoy Moving Fish on JQ, getting a play of the game. I mean, Moving Fish getting POTGs at this point should not shock anybody. The JQ play is clean, it's just the counterplay came out extremely strong from the side of Washington Timeless and worked out. It is one of the meta compositions. War of Attrition is painful. It's really fun if you get the right combos going, and it worked out seamlessly. And I don't always get to say this, but it's like I had that suburban MLM mom moment of if I manifest it and put it in the universe, it'll happen. I requested a map 5, and we are getting a map 5.
Whew. You know what? I mean, technically we both requested it, and here we are. Did we maybe cast a Chris Valiant? I wouldn't say that, but I would say we boosted up the Timeless stocks right there. I mean, they just took 2 maps off of a team that was beating them at their own game so far. I mean, they lost Numbani, a map that they were just so good at. That's the first time that they went down in that area, and the fact of them coming back on Flashpoint are like, all right, we can do this. They gained that bit of confidence, and it all just exploded at the Valiant Guardians. All it comes down to now is this final map of Escort, which we really haven't gotten to see much at all throughout this whole tournament. It leaves such a big question mark in terms of what wants to be run or even what this selection could be right now.
I mean, I'm excited for it. Honestly, I enjoy Escort a little bit more because it does demonstrate a team's ability to have discipline, understanding when they have the advantage, when they need to give up space. For now, we can bask in the glory that is all of these players at their various pop-off moments. We had X10 actually start out on that Bastion, which I wasn't too confident in the Bastion play, but then this Wombo combo, those early ultimates, and this is after this Muller swapped off and went over to the Lucio, made sense. But combining Captive Sun with another ult is a key to success and definitely worked out for Washington Timeless. We can see here Sniper coming in, Terra Surge only picks up an Immortality, but then we do see this Portal Combat pick up Moving Fish in another fight.
And that's kind of the thing, is ideally push is map of push and pull. I only saw the push from Washington Timeless, and Valiant Guardians, they were struggling at the beginning of this map, and they never could come back. You give up so much space, you give up that distance, then, well, I don't really know what to tell you. You don't have anywhere else to go when your backs are up against the wall. Your hand is going to be forced out, and this is such an interesting series moving forwards. And Nerdy Bird, I'm going to put you on the spot right here, right? So we've been through this. We're tied 2-2. We've been investing in Washington Timeless right now. They're on the brink of getting that reverse sweep. Who do you think comes out on top of this map 5?
Okay. Based off of numbers alone, I'd have to say that it would be the Valiant Guardians. But my heart, of course, my heart and my brain always fight on this sort of stuff because there's players on the Washington Timeless that I actually know, and I want to see them be very successful. And so, of course, from my friendship perspective, rooting for Washington Timeless. The statistical, analytical / cold-bloodedness in me is like, yeah, but the numbers don't lie, and, you know, Valiant Guardians have had more success on control points. So it's like, I want one thing, and that would be Washington Timeless to be successful and win. But on the other side, the analytical brain, which normally wins out in this instance and will, I have to say that probably Valiant Guardians are going to be more successful here on push. Well, sorry, not on push, on Escort here, because I think they're just a little bit more disciplined in some instances.
Well, there you have it. Valiant Guardians, the expected champion, in the words of Nerdy Bird. And you know what?
I'm sorry.
You know what? I'm not disagreeing with you either. This is going to be close. It's going to be down to the wire. It is so difficult to predict who is going to come out on top. And I mean, these players, this is the moment they're waiting for. The hands are sweating, and you know what? Sometimes you got to go take a break, wipe them off, get yourself set for number 5, which I certainly need to take a breath myself and be like, whew, we're going to be there. So take a quick break. 5 minutes is all the distance it sets up between crowning a champion for the Calling All Heroes tournament. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side. we are in the Calling All Heroes Unite Minor 2 for the first time. We are going to a map number 5 to decide who will become the champion, take home those prize points, the money, and of course the bragging rights of being the champion of this event. Nerdy Bird, I think you can speak with me on this. Would we wouldn't have it any other way than getting down to the absolute wire. These teams, they push each other to the limits to get them to this final point, and we know for a fact, Escort being the map choice, no more draws from here on out. When all of the dust settles and clears, we'll have our clear victor.
Most definitely. And I mean, if there is a game to go the distance, and yes, there has been some that have, you know, they've really drawn out the series as long as possible and gone to the tiebreaker, but for the championship to go this far definitely demonstrates how close these two teams are in skill. It's exciting. From our perspective as casters, it's what you want. It tells the story of these teams in themselves in one single series of how much they are fighting for that championship title. Yep. And in all honesty, the map that I believe we might be going to, I'm a little scared about, just because it can be absolutely incredible, or it can be really scary. It's like the only way to put it.
Yeah, I have no other words than what you just said. It's an oddball. Watchpoint Gibraltar. So basically what I'm hearing from this map is, forget anything else that we've seen previously in this series. We're going to play an entire new type of Overwatch in our 5th and final map to decide who the champion is going to be. This is a weird one. It is Valiant Guardian's pick. They want to play, I'm assuming, more of this dive-esque style. Get moving fish on that comfort hero of either the D.Va or the Sigma. You simply do not run the Junker Queen on this map. Does not work. In most situations, you can try to force it, but I don't want to see that for the most part. And they're switching up the whole game, Nerdy Bird, at the very last second. And it seriously hurts my brain to think about.
I mean, I'm here for it because, yes, while Gibby does present the, you know, people typically stand by globe on that L and onto the bridge, on defense you hold there are teams that will choose instead to do a payload hold. And based off these comps, we're not going to see it, but it... Wait. No, okay. All right. There is an opportunity to swap up and force fights on the payload. One thing I'm not seeing that I low-key anticipated, but can still happen just based off DPS alone, was to have a Tracer pushing payload while the rest of the team goes for positioning and controlling high grounds. In this instance, we might see a Genji pushing and a Genji go to challenge payload, and both of them kind of in a stalemate until someone gives one Genji either a touch of healing or gives one Genji a touch of damage from the other side.
It's a nerve battle is really what this is going to be. I mean, between Snazlar and X10 Lone, two top-tier sniper players when it comes to the world of Overwatch. I mean, you're putting them on a map where you're expecting them to deliver. X10 is expected to be the one to get these first-off eliminations and has done it so far in this series. And why would this one be any different? And already, the trickiest part is getting the payload through this underbridge and kind of finding that spot where you want to hold down. And Valiant Guardians, they're relentlessly pushing this cart. Eventually, it's going to force Timeless's hand.
It is almost completely through that underpass area, and not a lot of time was spent challenging the payload push. Now, we do have Valiant circling onto the high ground. They've given up the cart for a moment to get the positioning they need and force Washington Timeless to back off so they can continue to push this payload forward. What's interesting is that we're running Orion with this Ana Brigitte composition, whereas Halo is on the Yari comp here. And I'm just curious, are we going to facilitate Halo with that Captive Sun, or is this the Brigitte that acts as a, you know, an unmoving wall for their Ana gonna be more successful?
That's kind of the question here. Is Washington Timeless, they're certainly playing a more defensive style, I mean, as you should be on the defense, but they're sacrificing a lot of space here, which is challenging in this nerf battle that you end up playing. Oh, the headshot is hit, but not enough charge to follow through, and moving fish going down. Eventually that stagger comes off Bun with the first 2 eliminations of the game, and we're already halfway through this attack phase of Gibraltar.
We are also 2/3 of the way to that first objective, which does add some time, but at the 2-minute mark, roughly 45 seconds per fight, you're looking at 2.5 fights here for the side of the Guardian to come out on top. And get this lock. Deflect is already forced. We're going to hear sights come out from X10. Snozlar not far behind, but this becomes scary for Squishies.
It certainly does. Nobody wants to peek their head around, but with that slightly later sights from Snozlar, Washington Timeless will have the advantage for just those couple of sessions, especially with the Nana Boost. Beautiful sleep, though, kind of halts that for the time being, but Bun certainly not done with HK. Needs to prove who is the better Genji, and she has been doing so in these past 2 maps for sure. I mean, Timeless right now, they're not taking many fights because they don't have to. Valiant Guardians are sitting ducks, just waiting for X10 to do something, for HK to get in there, find an elimination, neither of which has happened, and here they are, only a minute left on the clock. They don't have the positioning to really make something happen unless Snozlar ends up going down. Halo comes up with a hero play, and neither will happen because Bud picks up another 2, make it a 3rd on top. She's coming alive in the final moments. Valiant Guardians, they're about to be full held.
One thing I really want to point out here
is
Snozlar. Oh,
the stagger!
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That stinks. One thing I want to point out here is Snozlar and this Widowmaker is taking a lot of attention. We actually saw before that fight fully instigated that Snozlar dropped off the high ground after getting some chip damage done onto him, drops and came back up and actually used grapple shot, saw people going after their poor Widow body, and decided to jump back down. And when Bun saw that, Bun turned and punished those people that used cooldowns to get rid of their Widowmaker, and it ended up working out swimmingly. The question is, can they continue to do this? They only gotta hold on for 14 more seconds.
So little time right now, but Timeless, this is the best shot they have. Bun, Dragon Blade, and Orion just prepared to just give her that Nana Boost, hoping that she can once again be the hero for this team. And Valiant Guardians, they don't have much to work with because it's all Bun heading into the backline, gets our Amori out of the equation, looking for full supports. Bun is doing it all right now. 3 going away, they have to stay on the payload though. Bun hanging on for dear life, and that is okay. 5 meters short, the Valiant Guardians will find themselves of the first objective. They just got full held, Nerdy Birds. That was not on anybody's bingo's cards today.
I don't know what Bun did between the last map and this map. I don't know if they went and pet a dog, gave a kitty some love. I don't know if they had a snack. But holy cow, Bun, you are an entirely different beast this game on Genji versus what we've seen today. You have opened up the third eye, so to speak, here, because you are being absolutely insane on Genji. I'm here for it. I'm just concerned because with that payload being so close, it's very little room for error. I mean, yeah, full holding is fabulous, but if you can full hold one team, that also means they can full hold you. But now there's a win condition. It didn't go all the way. Someone loses here after that timer hits 0.
Like on Watchpoint Gibraltar, if you're gonna get full held, I feel like this is the map that you can get full held on and continue to hold. I can't tell you amount of the Watchpoint games that I've played and just seen as a caster where this is the mark that is set. Yes, it seems very short, but it's also incredibly attainable. The big difference here that I want to see from Washington Timeless, though, is that they actually take fights. Think about how few engagements there actually were on Valiant's attack. They spent so much time sitting and waiting to regroup that they got staggered, they got picked off, and even when they took the fights, they didn't have an ultimate advantage, and it was a problem. Washington Timeless, they were in control of the tempo, and I guarantee they're going to keep that up here.
And once again, Guardians, they're going with this Iari Ana composition, and that does worry me because that Brigida, able to provide protection for your Ana, is extremely powerful. Sustaining your Ana is so important in these fights because Brig inspires not enough, but then also Halo, Iari does not have a lot of range on the healing.
No. Not at all, and I think that's going to be the main difference here is the Mauler can support better at range, but Halo has that additional level of damage, essentially a 3rd DPS on the field, which I do want to mention, Valiant Guardians have a higher damage output. Xen is on the Sojourn instead of the Widowmaker right now, which I really did not expect to see happening because you go the Widow to at least occupy Snozlar. Now Snozlar isn't afraid of too much happening right now. And they have these sightlines essentially for free, and it's this is just where you want to be as a Widowmaker player. Washington Timeless, they're so focused on getting the Sniper some room to work, and you know, they're gonna get the payload moving along as the process. This map continues to be that slow push forward, waiting for somebody to make that error, or for X10 or Snozlar to come up with that elimination, none of which have happened so far.
I mean, Snozlar being on the low ground here, I saw a Genji drop down into Snozlar's line of sight. I really thought H-Key was going to be sent back to spawn. The shot did not land, thankfully, for that Genji. But now we have the Nano come out, and Diva is taking a nap.
No, that's Aramari going down. Sniper got the Nano. Big support taken out from underneath. The rest of the castle is bound to cover as the Valiant can't build it back up themselves. Thankfully, HK managed to sneak their way into the backline. Grab one. Yes, that's less pressure off your shoulders, but you're going to need a little more. Halo knows it. The ultimate insight doesn't hit. Yes, Orion is tagged and going to go down as a result. This is Valiant Guardians. They started off down, but the clutch factor is coming in big.
And the payload is not out of the most difficult position to deal with just yet. It is coming up the hill of Underpass. Right now, Valiant Guardians are in control, but Sniper is chilling out by Megapack, not getting focused. Finally, there's a little attention given to Diva, but there's a Genji who goes after the distracted support. Halo is gone, and now Ana is the only lifeline for the side of the Valiant Guardians.
But it's H-Key right now, coming on up. Nanoblade Insight, this is the player you give the resources to. You occupy the tank, D-Mech, but Bun has been on fire finally to be shut down. That was so needed by Moving Fish right now to keep Valiant Guardians in the fight and alive. And this is crazy. We're down to that final minute, Nerdy Bird. This is it right now. Washington Timeless are gonna have one more chance at this objective, or it's all over.
I really hate to say this, but Snozlar, you needed to get yourself killed a lot faster. That took about 7 seconds. That's an extra 17 seconds before your team can get in for this fight. This is end-all, be-all.
It is.
We're relying on Rally and possibly Nano onto Rally to create the ultimate raid boss for Washington Timeless to be successful and lock this one down. The Moving Fish with self-destruct, that is a complete zone off the payload. It's going to make things a little bit rough.
Get the first zone. High ground currently occupied. Washington Timeless made a couple of composition swaps there. They don't have a lot of ult charge really on their side right now. I mean, this rally is going to be very helpful, but you're looking down the sights of X10, who's vibing up in the high ground. Knowing that they have this overclock in sights too is so difficult, especially when the payload has to be contested. You have nowhere to hide. You need to be on that objective in order to make something happen. It's on Sniper to get up in the face of those DPSers players. Find the eliminations. There it is on X10. No overclock will be coming out. Washington Timeless, they're using the resources. They're doing it quicker. Valiant Guardians, they waited too long to act, and it is coming back in the most brutal time you could possibly imagine it doing so. The sleep comes through. Aramori is down. Valiant Guardians, they're losing player after player as Washington Timeless, they're just keeping the part moving closer and closer to that line of victory. They want that reverse sweep. They want the vengeance run, Dirty Bird, and they're gonna get it. The reverse sweeping the undefeated Valiant Guardians for their third ever Colonial Heroes event championship.
That was absolutely incredible. I am so glad that my brain was wrong. That was one heck of a rally made by the side of Washington Timeless. The odds not in their favor. The numbers not there. Supports did some insane stuff. You know, you don't always see a Nano Diva, but when Sniper's the Nano Diva, you better turn tail and run. Sniper, that was incredible. Pulling out the 3K near the end. Holy cow, I am blown away.
Oh, wow. Washington Timeless on their own event, coming away with their third Calling All Heroes victory. This organization of Timeless 1, Majors 1 and 2, and finally get that first taste of the minor victory as well. So this is an organization that has been wildly successful within the Calling All Heroes team, and one of the most dominant. I mean, we look at this Valiant Guardians on paper, strong roster, came in undefeated up until this point. they haven't won that championship yet. They got second place in the previous minor event, and here they are second once again, taking that silver, and that has just gotta hurt. You start off so strong, you get those 2 maps under your belt just for it all to fall to pieces, because Washington Timeless know what they've been for. They fought through that lower bracket to get themselves the revenge run to this point after going down to this team 2 times. They refused to let it be a third.
And honestly, I think relying on, this classic combo, this Brigida-Ana, a support duo that is extremely strong, has stood up a test of, the various changes that Overwatch 2 has gone through, relying on the classic, so to speak, was a key to success here for Washington Timeless, because that those two have a grotesque amount of sustain. They can keep each other alive. They'll protect one another. All that has to happen is you gotta calm. Your backline's getting dove. You either trade or you heal around health packs and come back strong. And that's exactly what we'd see happen. We'd see these supports get dove. One of the DPS or sniper would get the nano, and they would just immediately go charging into the enemy backline. They said, you go after my supports, you're gonna be ready for the trade.
You know what this honestly was? Is Valiant, they decided that, this Junker Queen comp, we've lost the last 2 maps on it. We can't lose a third. So we're going to change the game. We are going to go to Watchpoint Gibraltar, a map where we can get moving fish on their comfort hero. That D.Va being just that. It completely blew up in their faces for a dominant performance on the defense, getting that full hold, and at the very last second, they're unable to stabilize just because Bun had some of the strongest performances that we've seen from her this entire event. She really showed up when it mattered most, Nerdy Bird, and I'm so glad that we were able to see that one today.
I am too. It was absolutely incredible, and as much as it does sting to get second place, I mean, Valiant, they did an incredible job. They came in with a lot of pressure, being undefeated and having to maintain that level of gameplay, that level of, just we cannot lose here no matter what. Whereas Washington Timeless, they can look at that, and had they come in second place, been like, we had to work our way all the way through the redemption bracket to make it here, and that was one heck of a task. And being that far, going that distance, you can walk away happy. So hopefully Guardians recognize the effort that they themselves put in, as well as Timeless. Take it on, the chin a little bit here. Recognize, hey, we got second, but we placed. We did a heck of a run. And when you are first place, let alone undefeated first place, you get a huge target on your back. People are looking at you. They're going to try to pick apart your strategies as much as humanly possible. And I think Washington Timeless just managed to do that in time to bring them down at the championship match.
And I'm amazed of the comeback that they made, the story that they're able to hold of this comeback. I mean, going down 2-0, I did not think that this is where we would currently be sitting, with Washington Timeless on top, taking away that third championship. And, we get to hear about how this was all done, what went down behind the scenes in our championship interview coming up in just a moment. We got a member of the Timeless squad coming on the mic with us to get down and dirty into what really went down in our grand finals event. This is something you don't want to miss. We'll see you in just a bit. What an event the Calling All Heroes Minor 2 has been, Nerdy Bird. We've gone through 2 weekends of exciting, action-packed games. We got to finish our Swiss stage. We had all of our top 8 teams, and just now our finals wrapped up. Reverse sweep in favor of Washington Timeless. You literally cannot get any more climatic than that, and I want to hear it from the side of the players. We have the Mauler, the main support star of Washington Timeless, here on the mic with us. You just reverse swept the team that nobody has been able to beat all tournament. I mean, you need to tell me, like, what was the process? What was going through the head, if anything, at this point?
There's a lot of emotions that go through your head as you're like trying to come back from a reverse sweep. I think somebody in, when you get to a time like this, you have like 30 people in your voice channel, and somebody said something about, reverse sweeping starts with a single map, and the entire voice channel was like, boo, shut up, we don't care. Because we all kind of knew internally that, like, regardless of whatever corny speeches or whatever we could say, there was an internal motivation that had to change in everyone. Yeah. And it was a very, like, strong and real feeling that felt very unspoken, where we just started to have a lot of fun. Like, if you looked at the way that we were playing on Colosseo, yeah, we were just having fun. Bun was giggling around and trying to hammer kill people on Torb. Like, we played better because we removed that pressure from ourselves, and that felt really amazing.
Tiny, that kind of sounds like the mini soapbox moment I had before the map started for our final series.
It does strike a very similar tone coming out here.
It's sometimes context, you need to, like, force fun. No, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. For context, I said that, like, the biggest thing is making sure that you're enjoying yourself, having fun, and playing to the best that you can in that moment.
Yeah, and we all talked about how, we need to focus on our micro. Sometimes when we change things, we focus too much on the macro game. We focus too much on trying to make big sweeping changes to how Overwatch is supposed to be played. And then we all had a moment where we thought, oh, we need to win our ones. We need to not die. And if we've lost a fight, go for trades. And it worked pretty well. The amount of times where we would be down a fight, and I would look at the kill feed, and Bun would have killed 2 people and started trades, and it's like, oh, we could start next fight up 2 people. It was amazing. It was beautiful to watch.
So I really want to talk about this because it caught Tiny off guard so heavily. The Colosseo map. Yes, you mentioned that you guys started having fun, but you pulled out the battle cattle. It made my day. But this is the first time on broadcast that we got to see you guys run that war of attrition composition. And I just want to know, like, had you guys been practicing that? Was it kind of held back intentionally? Or was it just like, you know what? This is a comp we enjoy. It's fun. We're not positive how successful we'll be going up against Valiant, but, let's give it a shot. So was it like, what was going through your guys' minds when you picked that?
So it is a comp that we've played previously. We're usually playing the Jotes Queen comp on previous rounds of Colosseo because we thought it would be more optimal just against who we were playing, but we knew that we were good at that comp. We played it in warm-up. We did really, really well in warm-up. And so in our first match on stream, we decided that we're not going to play it on stream because we don't want to deal with Valiant watching that and thinking about it and trying to figure something out. Because if we play Queen comp the entire set and then we come out on this Orisa poke comp, they're going to have no idea what to do. And that was fun because I've only played Alari like 4 times in my entire life. So really? It's like, all right, it's like, all right, we're about to lose. We gotta start this reverse sweep we gotta keep the reverse sweep going. I gotta rock this. Time to, internalize whatever I've learned from watching other players, and get good at this Alari hero. And then we saw them make the adaptation to Sim Bastion, which is really, really strong against what we were playing. So I decided to go Lucio and just amp the team around the map, and it was pretty easy. I think we outmaneuvered them, both literally in game and metaphorically in terms of what we were playing.
Yeah.
Definitely the big brain play to hold off on a composition intentionally so that people can't scout it and make adjustments. I like the meta gameplay, but my final question from me before I hand it back over to Tiny is talking about Watchpoint Gibraltar. Just going into the second half of that game, what was kind of the atmosphere in the comms? Because you guys full held for defense on Watchpoint. And honestly, it got a little shaky at some points, but just that Ana and Brigitte composition that I saw from you guys as, you know, a main support player, I was like, I get it. It's a solid backline. You have to protect your Ana, and if your Ana lives, your team wins. But when you successfully pulled that off, what was going through your guys' minds?
Everyone kind of at the same moment said, okay, no one celebrate, no one cheer, no one do anything that could be considered as celebration, as victory. We all internally, you know, we focused on what we were doing because we said, there was like, no one said it, but it was like, if we lost right now, this would be the worst tragedy to happen just ever. So we all, you know, really just, it was a moment of like centering and focusing. No one said anything for probably 30 seconds. Like as we were selecting heroes, just like breathing, you know, getting our stuff together. And it was, you could cut the tension with a knife. It felt, but it was good because everyone was here together. Nobody was worried we were going to fail. We just knew it was a theoretical possibility. And we're all, you know, mentally going through our checklist of what do we do to make sure that doesn't happen.
That is awesome to hear that you guys were that focused on coming out on top of this. But that concludes my questions. So Tiny will be able to get her burning questions answered here with you live on broadcast.
And luckily, yes, I have a long list, but I was forced to pick just one, which makes me very sad because I would love to hear from more of you, but I'm sure you also want to get back and celebrate with your team as well over this incredible victory. So my final question is kind of has to do taking a step away from the gameplay, but more as the event overall. I mean, you're a player who's been competing in this tournament, not only this previous installment, but also in other Calling All Heroes events in the past. So I kind of want to know, what does the Calling All Heroes tournaments, what do those really mean to you as a player on a team?
I think Calling All Heroes is something really beautiful because I've known that I was queer from a very, very young age. But I appear very, cis male, so I don't often encounter a lot of the same vulgarity and bigotry that others do. But I have seen Calling All Heroes be this amazing thing as people discover who they are and choose to compete in this event and feel welcomed into this space. And you get to watch people grow and change and evolve and play in a tournament that allows them to play well and showcase their skills. And it's beautiful. You get to watch people grow in real time, seeing them become, you know, who they want to be and who they really are. And I've always, ever since hearing about Calling All Heroes, I've always really valued it as something that can expand, women and marginalized genders in a competitive gaming space, because you see so many stupid arguments on Twitter and Instagram about how people say, oh, we need to separate them because, you know, women and these people are bad at games because, you know, men are intrinsically better at games. And it's like, it's the stupidest thing I've ever read, because when we give people a space to compete and be good, we saw it was like a 300% increase in people joining Path to Pro from Calling All Heroes. That's amazing. Even just that's just a beautiful thing to see. And having a space like this, you know, shout out to Pizza for making like Calling All Heroes all happen.
Oh, yeah.
She's the GOAT. Just a phenomenal environment to be a part of. And if you are on, you know, the verge of competing, thinking about wanting to compete, 100% sign up for it. More teams means more tournaments, and that's more fun.
I don't think we could have said it better ourselves, to be totally honest. And you really touched on the point that this tournament breaks down those invisible barriers that we don't see a lot of people of marginalized genders competing in these top-level tournaments, and giving them that platform to play is what Calling All Heroes is all about. And, of course, getting that champion, earning your prize for the day. So you got $5,000 to go home with, which I believe $2,250 total of your circuit points as well. And, you know, can't forget the bragging rights either. And after the matches you guys just played today, both of them, as a matter of the fact, they are well deserved for you, Mahler, and the rest of your team, the Washington Timeless Squad. And I'm going to let you go. Go ahead, have a chat with them. Enjoy this sweet taste of victory. You guys have deserved it. And you know what? We will look forward to seeing you in more of the Calling All Heroes events.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your broadcast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, Nerdy Bird, this was awesome. I have absolutely loved being here for this event, both casting, seeing these players, the passion that they have, and getting that chance to compete on a big stage with the spotlight down on them. And all of these people here to support them as well. They're encouraging that they want to see these people have a safe space to have an opportunity to compete in esports, and it is such a beautiful thing to have. And of course, shout out to Bailey for headlining this whole project, getting these pieces into play here, and Shenandoah University for getting that production down into place. Is the reason we're able to get everyone on the broadcast and onto all of these wonderful channels. Without every single person that has put in the hard work to be at this point. And Nerdy Bird, we're at the point where we have to say goodbye now. As sad as that makes me, I know that there will be plenty more of Calling All Heroes tournaments in the future. So be sure to stay tuned, because there's not the end of Calling All Heroes, and we'll see you on the next broadcast.